The Ashen Citadel. A Chronicle of Fire and Faith by Arthur Blackwood. Copyright 2025 Arthur Blackwood. All rights reserved. Prologue. The night they built the engine, the wind refused the abbey. Saint-Jacques sat on its mountain. Like a candle set too far from its own flame, the brothers had closed the gates before sunset, sealing the road to pilgrims, to traders, to God himself. Within the walls, the air carried the taste of copper and liturgy. No psalms rose that evening, only the sound of hammer and breath, iron learning to remember obedience. Brother Lionel watched from the cloister's edge. He was young enough to still mistake purpose for holiness, and his hand still bore the ink stains of a scribe rather than a smith. He had been told the work below would end suffering, that the world's hunger for warmth, for forgiveness, for light could all be answered by a single perfect prayer, made flesh and iron. But prayers, he knew, were not meant to be measured. Down in the crypt, the prior whispered the final blessing over the machine's heart. It was not Latin, nor Hebrew, nor any tongue men were meant to name. The words trembled in the air like a fevered candle, for acolytes stood ready, each beside a mouth of the engine, each holding a vessel of oil, thick as remorse. Let the fire love the prayer, more than it loves the air. The prior said, let the flame remember its master. They poured. The first mouth drank, the second spat, the third sang, and the fourth began to pray. No smoke rose, no scent of oil, only a sound, like the inside of a breath, being held by something that had just learned lungs. Then came the light, white first, then gold, then the gray of bone, turned to glass. In the orchard above, apples split in their skins. The mountain shivered, as if remembering an older age. Every bell in the abbey began to ring. Without touch, Brother Lionel fell to his knees. The air grew sweet, then metallic. Around him the brothers chanted the line they had been taught. Bless the flame that remembers its maker more than the hand that holds it. But the flame, hearing, decided to remember itself instead. When dawn reached Saint-Jacques, the wind still refused the abbey, because there was nothing left to enter, only circles in the earth, where the trees had burned, in perfect geometry, and the smell of devotion made into mathematics. And far away, in a city that still slept, beneath its own ashes, a young inquisitor woke, with a taste of fire on his tongue, and no reason to know why. Chapter 1. The Fire That Prays. There's a prayer the old men used to whisper when they fed the coals. Bless the flame that remembers its maker more than the hand that holds it. I heard it first in the cellar beneath a monastery where no one believed the prayer anymore, and every coal had been numbered and weighed. I was their hand then. They called me inquisitor. They were not wrong. The last time I said the prayer, I said it over ash. It had rained across the city all night. A narrow, needling rain that found the mortar lines and threaded them, that made the towers of St. Alban appear strand by strand out of their own breath. Dawn lifted like a pale bruise over the river, and the bells made their slow, damp iron plea. The streets below my attic bent to listen. Paris, what remains of it that still answers to the name, was a valley of roofs lifting shoulders against the century. I was at my bench, skinning a book. That is what the craft demands, to peel the binding from a spine and hear the crackle of old glue like a fireplace waking. The leather from the Abbey of Saint-Ouen peeled better than most. It had been tanned with walnut and prayer. It still smelled of both. I set aside the cover and unfolded the vellum from the book's heart. It had not been touched in 200 years, and it had learned that parchment remembers. So do men, though we pretend otherwise. On the title leaf, written in a beetle brown hand, was a word I never expected to see again. Pyrosanctum. The syllables worked the mouth the way a blade tests the thumb. A small sting, then recognition. Many years ago I had sealed a warehouse under that name. I called it heresy then, because I had not yet learned what the word weapon truly meant. The old guilt rose with the dawn. I had tried to live quietly since the tribunals dissolved and the archives chose new caretakers. I rented an attic off Rue de Orfèvres, near the river's Ache, where the chimneys breathe for the city when the city forgets to. I mended books. I made tea badly. Mostly I slept. On certain nights, I walked the bridges and practiced not looking behind me. I had just set the page on the glass when the knocks came. 3 in rapid succession, 2 slow, and one that died against the wood like a bird that chose the wrong night to fly. No one uses that cadence unless they've been taught it. No one teaches it unless they mean to claim fraternity. I did not move. I watched the door, its paint furred with winter and poor handwork. The knocks came again. The deadbolt had a voice I could hear across the room as it began to loosen under a careful key. My hand found the bone folder. I do not keep knives at my bench anymore. When the door opened, the rain entered first in the shape of a woman's cape, shaking itself with the ass of a wet dog. Behind it was a woman, tall, almost hawk-built, the kind of angular strength the order used to pick from orphanages and hunger. But her right hand wore, on the middle finger, a ring of pale glass set with ash, the sign of an order I had never served, and which had watched us from across the cloister stones with a contempt we did not earn. "Lucian Varennes?" she asked, and the accent was not from Paris. Her vowels came from further east, from the provinces where church bells climb the hills like goats. I retired him. I said, "From what?" "That's not a polite question." She smiled with one side of her mouth. "I suppose it isn't." She closed the door behind her, and the attic resumed its exhalation of glue and linen thread. "I'm Sister Anselma." "That's not a polite name." "It isn't a real one either," she said, "but it's functional." She glanced at the bench. "You work. That's good. I prefer men who still work." "Close the latch," I said. "Then tell me why you know a key that died with an office that should have stayed dead." She obeyed. The ring on her finger clicked against the bolt, a small glass tooth. "I learned the cadence from Brother Durant at Saint Benoit. He said you were the only one who could read what we found." "Brother Durant is an idiot," I said, because he had been, "and a coward, which is worse." I looked back at the exposed vellum, the word that should have been burned and wasn't. "What did you find?" "Evidence," she said, "or a rumor of evidence. Enough to bury a city or unearth one. Those are not the same thing." "They will be," she said, "by evening." Her gaze made a circuit of the room and paused on the iron safe set into the bricks. You can always tell a certain kind of visitor by whether they notice the safe before the window. She did. She moved toward it with the slow directness of a person who has never learned to feign frivolity, and I realized the rain on her cape was not only from the morning. Finer spray had dried at the edges. The rest had baked itself into a map across the wool, salt in the seams like little named islands. She had come far fast. "Say what it is," I said, plainly. "The prayer that burned without smoke," she answered, "and the machine that remembered it." Her words entered my ribs and found a room where I keep no furniture. "No," I said, "that prayer never belonged to me, and the machine is a rumor or a joke or a curse." "You've seen one," she said. It was not a question. I waited. There's a way to hold silence like a field holds frost. She did not step on it. "We lost a monastery in the night," Sister Anselma said at last. "Saint-Jacques, in the foothills above Vitria. The stone is there this morning. The altars are not, nor the archives, nor the brothers. The orchard remains, charred in geometry, I do not care to explain, in a stairwell. Vitria, the citadel with windows of black glass. The city that calls itself a prayer and sells steel to the men who answer none. The thought of it put a taste in the mouth like the copper line in an old well bucket. How? I found myself asking. She took a paper from inside the cape and set it on the bench beside my exposed vellum. The sheet was brittle, new paper under old weather. The ink had bled in a way that suggested an iron gall recipe mixed impatiently by someone used to chalk, not calligraphy. The diagram was hand-drawn, but a hand was trained. Rings and arcs, annotations in a fine square script, and at the center a cylinder with 4 apertures labeled with letters I recognized the way one recognizes a scar one put there oneself. Vitriol. She tapped the label. Your archive sealed a device like this 71 years ago. Your signature witnessed the order. Lucian Varennes. You're mistaken. No, she said. Just late? A bell somewhere down in the damp bones of the quarter rang once, a child clearing his throat. I glanced at the window, then at the safe. Across decades, habits performed themselves like trained animals. I could feel the key where I had promised myself never to keep it, under the second floorboard where the seam runs crooked beside the bed. I did not move toward it. I moved toward the kettle and lit it. We could at least pretend to be human a moment longer, while we waited for the water to shiver. She looked at the book lying open under the glass. Her hand hovered above it like a benediction withheld. May I? She asked. No. She smiled again with the same half-mouth. You're careful. I am poor, I said, and this is how I am not poorer. Have you ever met a careful heretic? She asked softly. Every heretic I met believed he was the careful one in a world of haste, I said. That is why he burned longer. We drank tea like swordsmen. When the cups were empty, we were what we had been when the door opened. What do you want of me? I asked. To read the ash, she said. To tell me what Saint-Jacques made the night it disappeared, and how many more nights remain to the rest of us if Vitria has already made the same. You think Vitria did this? I think Vitria manufactures patience, she said. And patience is a factory that never sleeps. The city receives its names from those who survive it. Vitria had earned many. The Ashen Citadel was the most recent, and like most recent names, it was both less and more than the truth. A citadel cannot be ash and remain a citadel. And yet I had seen men reduce stone to memory with a prayer whispered into a tube no wider than a milk bottle. I set my empty cup down. It sounded like a doorstep in winter. You're 5 hours late, I said. If Saint-Jacques was taken in the night, anything left to read is already being erased. I know, she said. That's why I'm not here to take you there. Then why? I'm here to bring you someone who was there, she said, and turned toward the door not as if someone would knock, but as if someone already had. The third knock she had not made before came then. 3, 2, 1. And when I opened the door to chase out the echo, the stairwell held a girl 14 or 17, rain bright on her eyelashes, a blanket clasped her front like contraband. She was narrow as a reed and at the same time radiantly present in the way certain exhausted people are, as if the body, in order to keep going, has decided to emit light as a side effect. This is Mira, Sister Anselma said. She woke the bells at Saint-Jacques and was awake when they died. The girl's eyes moved past me into the room and then fixed on the exposed vellum with a dread that was also recognition. I've seen that word, she whispered, on the inside of a pipe. It hummed when it prayed. The kettle clicked but did not whistle. Something in the attic changed its breath. Come in, I said. Mira did not sit. She walked the room with her gaze first, the way a stray dog learns the perimeter of a kindness before it will take the food from your hand. She was not a nun. The blanket was from a wagon, the dress from a seamstress who sewed for men and resented women, and her shoes were the shoes of someone who runs more at night than day. What did you see? I asked. Her lips worked. Sister Anselma did not encourage her. She lowered herself onto the chest beneath the window, as if it had been carved for her, but she did not put down the weight she carried. The ring on Anselma's finger clouded a little with the attic's heat. Mira breathed once, twice. We keep the orchard clean, she said at last. Every evening before Compline we rake the rows. Brother Lionel says it keeps the trees from hearing untrue things in the night. Go on. This morning the rows were different. Her eyes were not an attic now. They were hooked back on whatever hook in the mind the orchard uses. Lines where there were no rows. Circles where there were no trees. Like when the brothers scribed the diagrams on the slate. Only the circles were as wide as the world. The apples that were left after the storm had black in them, like old eyes. The ground cut my feet through my shoes. You were alone? I wake early, she said, and a faint defiance came into her voice, as if someone had told her this was wrong, and she had briefly agreed before she felt mean about it. The bell rope is rough, and it bites better if your hands aren't sleeping. I like to be awake before the brothers' clocks. And the device? I asked, and tried to say device as if the word were innocent. She looked at Sister Anselma, who nodded once with the dignity of someone who knows the ship has already put out, and the shore the others worry about is merely a subject from school. The prior keeps keys, Mira said. Not on his belt, but in a book. He makes a little cut in the page and hides each key in a wound the book forgives. He thinks we don't know. Everyone knows. She swallowed. I followed him once when he went to confession in the middle night. He took a lantern and no candle. He went down where the old granaries are. There's a room that was a room, and then was not, and now is both. In that not room there are shelves. On the shelves are organs with no bodies. The engines, Anselma said under her breath, as if naming them would require her to cross herself, and she refused. Mira shook her head. Engines have names. These have intentions. Outside, the rain had pause and motion like a choir that has been warned against enthusiasm. I felt the old language waking in my blood like a fever that remembers the route to the tongue. What did the not room do? I asked, and heard in my voice the eagerness every interrogator hates in himself because it looks too much like joy. It listened, she said. It hums like a hive that hasn't made bees yet. And when the prior pulled the chain on the right side, something prayed. Her eyes came back to me, but the prayer was wrong. How? It left no smoke, she answered, and it asked the fire to love it more than it loved the air. The attic seemed to lean in my direction. Anselma's knuckles had gone white around the ring. What happened to the prior? I asked. Mira blinked. He said a word I don't know. He said it into a tube, and the tube answered. Then the rose and the orchard moved. The bell was ringing, and no one rang it. The doors in the cloister found new hinges inside the stone. I ran, and then... Nothing, she said. Silence like water. I hid in the cart. Sister Anselma found me after dawn when the mule refused the road, and the road refused the cart, and I had decided I was dead. Anselma looked at me as if all the decades between my last tribunal and this attic had only been throat-clearing. Read the ash, she said again. Tell me what prayer that was. Tell me what engine remembers it. Then tell me how to break its memory. I went to the window, because one must turn one's face away from certain questions, or they will pitch their tents on your tongue. The river below was a dull coin. Boatmen swore in low voices. The barter of a city that will trade anything for warmth went on. The machine you describe, I said at last, is called a thurible engine in the old notes. The name is a joke even the pious understood. It doesn't burn incense. It burns obedience. Fire obeys under certain conditions. It does not under others. Most men try to command the flame with fuel or air. The engine asks something else to submit. What? Mira asked, and her voice had learned caution in a single morning. The part of the world that recognizes itself. I said, in Latin they named it vitriolum to veil it. In the deeper text they called it remembra. The diagrams disguise the theft as devotion. That is why priors love them. Anselma's eyes sharpened. Remember as a heresy. It's a utility, I said, and every utility becomes a heresy when it isn't yours. She stood slowly. The glass ring caught the attic's poor light and made a halo that did not apologize. I need more than vocabulary, she said. I need a counterprayer. I laughed before I meant to and was ashamed of it. No one writes counterprayers. They write footnotes. Then write a footnote large enough to bury a monastery, she said. Mira was watching the space between our feet, as if the floorboards might at any moment remember they were once trees and choose motion. The ordinary human part of me, the piece that had learned to buy eggs early and keep the kettle clean and close my door to strangers, reached for refusal. It is a warm coat and it fits. But the other part, the one that had read diagrams by candlelight while the men in the other room argued about whether the soul had a weight you could measure in ounces, was already in the orchard, counting circles. I can't take you, Saint-Jacques, Anselma said gently when she saw the war I was losing. The road is closed already, and if the citadel begins counting what we count, you will not be a man who repairs spines after the day. You will be a page that rips. Who do you serve? I asked. not the order I left. She lifted her hand with the ring of glass and ash. We keep the things that keep the things, she said. We thought the engine was apocryphal. We learned last night we were wrong. I went to the safe. The impulse was an old sin rising to a hymn. The key was where I had not kept it. The tumblers tumbled. Inside, the past had arranged itself according to the geometry of shame, neat and too visible. I lifted the ledger with the red thread and hinge, and beneath it the roll of papers bound in gut. On the top page, younger handwriting than I deserve had drawn a cylinder with 4 mouths and named them after the seasons and sins. I brought the roll to the bench. I did not ask Anselma or the girl to come nearer. They did. These are notes in the trial of the Marne engine, I said, and the syllables came out like an obituary that had been waiting in a drawer with too much dust on it. Witness on the feast of St. Bathilde, year of our Lord what the tribunal said it was. I tapped the annotation beside the mouth labeled Estis. This is where the prayer is held, not spoken. Held. There is a difference. What is the difference? Mira asked. Spoken prayers travel. I said. Held prayers colonize. Anselma worked her jaw, the way a woman who has known pain decides whether to meet a new version of it standing or seated. And your counter prayer? I touched the vellum from Saint Ouen. The word pyro sanctum, wearing its brown like dried blood. We tried to starve it, I said. We tried to flood it. We tried to confuse the engine by changing the names of metals and the calibration of fear. It learned. Things remember faster than men, Mira said, surprising herself. Some do, I said. Others take their time and become cities. What defeats a prayer that loves fire more than air? Anselma asked. Another love, I said, or the absence of love altogether. That is theology, she said, almost scornful. That is engineering, I said back, and we were suddenly comrades because we had each found our own arrogance and decided not to apologize for it. From the street came the sound of feet running, many, not in panic but in purpose. I watched the window go a degree darker as a cart stopped against the curb, and 3 men in coats the color of burnt paper climbed down. The kind of coats that mean a city is about to be convinced of something. You were followed, I said. Anselma did not look. Of course. The first of the men put a palm to the lower pane, as if to read the attic by warmth. He wore no insignia. Men who carry permission in their pockets rarely do. I rolled the papers shut and slid them into the hollow beneath the bench with the ease of a repetition that embarrasses a man who knows he has promised to stop. I set the binding from Saint Ouen over the exposed vellum, as one sets a lid over a pot that is beginning to argue with itself. Is there a back stair? Anselma asked. There's a roof, I said, and a ladder that will remember us if we ask politely. She nodded to Mira. The girl moved soundlessly, as if her feet and the boards had made a compact on the way up. Anselma paused the door and turned back to me. The Ashen Citadel will not stop with monasteries, she said. It will come for places where the city keeps its understanding of itself, mints, libraries, bridges. If you mean to keep binding spines, Master Varennes, help me unbind this one. The men below had decided the door was a problem better solved by professionals. One went back to the cart, the kind of going back that returns with an argument made of iron. I crossed the room and tugged the ladder down. Dust fell in an old man's blessing. I will come, I said. Why? She asked, probing for a weakness she could use later if I became an adversary instead of an ally. Because I remember burning something that should not have been burned, I said, and because if the prayer you heard learns the shape of cities, we will run out of altars on which to apologize. Mira had already climbed. Anselma's boot hit the 3rd rung and paused. Your notes, she said. I slid the roll into the pocket of her cape. If I fall, teach someone clever to read them. And if I fall, then the city will need a historian, I said. And there are jokes one earns a right to make only by bleeding for them. We went to the roof. Paris was a book lying open to the chapter on boilers and size. Rain lay in the gutters like unwritten odes. Across the river, the towers knelt. To the north, beyond the factories where the air learns to be metal, a smudge darker than morning sat like a hand upon a shoulder. Vitria is not visible from Paris. not the real Vitria. But sometimes the city sends ahead its announcement. Behind us, below, the door gave, and men trained to enter rooms entered one that wasn't there anymore. "Which way?" Mira asked, and I realized I had not asked her age because it did not matter to prayer, and therefore to me. "South," Anselma said. "We take the rails until they end. Then the roads. Then the goat paths. Then we ask the goats." She lifted her face into the rain like a baptized infidel and laughed once without humor. "If the orchard is geometry, we will need someone who can count without lying." "I can count," Mira said. "I know," Anselma said. "That's why you lived." We crossed the roofline to the next building where laundry lines drew white flags across the sky. Someone had washed a sheet, but not the blood on it. Someone else had sewn a hem while waiting for a man to come home who never would. The city is an engine that prays in its own way, and what it asks is not always what we want it to. At the far parapet, we crouched and watched the street. The men were consulting the stairwell as if it might respond with a genealogy. One of them looked up. He had the posture of someone schooled by wind. He lifted a small device to his eye the way a monk lifts a reliquary, reverent and bored. "Do they know us?" Mira asked. "They know our general shape," Anselma said. "I have been worse things in better rooms," I said. "We will not give them names today." We took the gutter course toward the station. The rooftops above Rue de Fevre's are stitched like a secret you can walk if you know where not to look down. Twice the city reminded me what water does to wood and what age does to knees. We reached the last building before the tracks with our breath filed under provisional and descended a rusted ladder whose rungs had more memory than metal. The station breathed steam and coin. Porters hummed a secular psalm, the time's small tyrannies. The timetable flickered with delays that had learned to lie politely. We bled into the crowd as if we were three versions of the same regret and bought second-class tickets on a line that promised, without promising, to angle us toward the foothills. On the platform, Anselma stood with her hands open at her sides, not in surrender, but in a readiness old soldiers and honest nuns share. She watched everything without appearing to, and I realized the ring on her finger, glass and ash, was not mere sigil but lens. As trains hissed, the ring clouded and cleared, tasting heat the way a tongue tastes frost. She would feel the engine before she saw it. Perhaps that is why she had come to me, not only to read the ash, but to teach me how to hear it burn. "You should eat," I told Mira. She held the bread I had bought the way the poor hold paper money, like a document. "If I eat, I will sleep," she said. "If you sleep, you will live," I said, and watched recognition move through her, like a small dark fish in clear water. She tore the crust and chewed with the reverence of hunger. On the track beyond ours, a freight clattered east, a procession of sheeted cargo that made the sign of a long white lie. The wind shifted. For a heartbeat, the station smelled not of coal, but of apples split in their skins. Mira made a small noise, and Anselma's ring went pale as old milk. "South," she said, almost to herself. "They are moving something south." "Engines?" I asked. "Or prayers," she said. We boarded. The compartment had 4 seats and a window that confessed a habit of rain. Opposite us a man slept with the diligence of the unemployable, and in the corridor a woman argued softly with a child about the ethics of biscuits. I closed my hand over the satchel that held the notes I had not meant to let out of the attic, and felt the particular heat old paper keeps, as if the dead insist on being a species of weather. The train lurched, found its certainty, and the city began to fold behind us. Factories gave way to allotments to doing its best farmland. The furrows running in statements no one would read except the crows, who consider agriculture the most exquisite of human apologies. "Tell me the rest," Anselma said when the rhythm had done its work, and the wheel's sermon had closed our ears to listeners. "Tell me what the trial at Marne learned that you didn't write down." I watched the field that had decided to be water instead, and saw in the reflection of a tall black window with no building around it. "Time makes mirrors where land makes mistakes." "The first thing we learned," I said, "is that obedience has a temperature. Heat at 1 degree too high and it becomes rage. Cool at 1 degree too low and it becomes law. The engine wants a middle warm enough to kneel, cool enough to catalog. And the second? She asked. That memory is flammable, I said, but only if you convince it that forgetting would be an act of piety. Mira had fallen asleep with her palms open on her knees, as if receiving a blessing no one had time to give. The smudge of soot at her hairline made a crescent. In another life, she would have been a bell ringer who never missed and married a man who trusted her with roofs. In this one, she had watched an orchard learn geometry. Did you ever? Anselma began and stopped as if the question might corrode her teeth. Did I ever use it? I finished for her. No, not like the priors did. The lie arrived, warm, uninvited, and sat down. I did not look at it. I watched it used. I stopped men from praying the wrong way in rooms that had forgotten there were other rooms. The gospel of the machine flame, she said, tasting the words as if I had written them on her tongue. Do not call it gospel, I said, more sharply than I liked. Let the machines keep their own liturgy. We will knead our throats for other hymns. She accepted the rebuke without interest. When we reached the junction, she said, we change trains and names. There will be questions. I have answers, I said. They just don't help. The compartment door slid, and a conductor in a uniform that had lost an argument with the sentry presented the ritual of tickets. He stamped ours, a device that had not yet learned to be ashamed of its authority. And for a few minutes we were legitimate. Past the junction, the land lifted into hills with shoulders too narrow for modernity. Old monasteries like startled birds perched in folds of stone, their courtyards full of rain that had come to listen. At one such climb the train slowed, not from caution but from respect, and through the window we saw a procession in black moving along a ridge. 6 men carrying a crate hung with ribbons of soot. Funeral? I asked. Inventory, Anselma said. The Citadel buries and counts in the same gesture. How many engines can a country hide? I said, as many as its prayers require, she said. And we are a nation that prays for efficiency. We switched at Aguil's to a local with benches designed by someone who hated knees. Names on the stations took on the austerity of stone. The rain persisted. Consider it as an old debt. Mira woke, drank water, slept again. Anselma watched the horizon the way a soldier watches a border that pretends not to be won. When the rails ended, as she had promised, there were roads that did not like being called roads, and then goat paths that disapproved of goats. We walked beneath chestnuts that had outlived treaties, past shrines that had learned to weather without icons, along ditches where flowers with names older than tax collectors made their small-colored arguments for mercy. As the day collapsed into a kind of metal dusk, the mountain presented itself. It was not the one that held St. Tellier. That hill sat 2 valleys over in the shape of an absence, but this mountain had learned what had happened to its cousin and would not forget soon. A small town lay in its lap, roofs like folded hands, windows trimmed with a discipline that had never been fashionable. We found lodging in a house that served broth to travelers with the generosity of a place that has no extra generosity left. The woman who brought our bowls wore a wedding ring a size too large, as if it had belonged to a man taller, and her mouth had learned to hold back the word when so thoroughly it no longer showed on her face. How far is Vitria? I asked her, cradling the bowl with a tenderness men reserve for warmth they can explain. Which Vitria? She said without looking at me. The one with black windows. I said, the one that calls itself a prayer. She put the ladle down the way a soldier sets a rifle on a table when the child is watching. You can see it if you break the rules, she said. There's a field above the mill. If you stand on the 3rd stone, the one with a lichen like a map of a country no one wants, you will see a piece of it at dawn. It has a way of being where it isn't. People go to look. They come back and decide to be kinder for a day. Then the day ends. Thank you, I said, for the field and the lichen. For the broth, she replied. It is better to be thanked for the things you can make again. We ate, paid, and slept in a room that had decided to be clean even when the world argued otherwise. I lay on the narrow bed and listened to the house practice its night noises. Twice I woke with a taste of smoke on my tongue and the peculiar certainty that someone had just said my name in a room 2 streets away. Before dawn we climbed to the field. The third stone was easy to love. It had found a way to keep moss warm. We stood where the woman had said to stand, and as the horizon considered its duties, the sky emitted a thin blade of light, and in it, a darker shape that did not belong to the mountain or the cloud. Vitria, not its walls, not yet, but a window with no wall, suspended at an angle the city would not choose unless it had decided walls were a superstition. The window did what all windows do. It pretended to show you something else. But for a breath, I felt it look back. Mira reached for Anselma's sleeve and stopped her hand an inch short, as if the air between cloth and skin were a place under the care of a different jurisdiction. "Is that where the orchard went?" she asked. "No," Anselma said softly. "That is where the prayer sleeps between uses." "How do we get in?" I asked. "The way everyone gets into cities," she said. "We pretend to be what they already allow." "What do they allow?" "Devotion," she said, "and deliveries." We returned to the town before the daylight finished making its excuses. Anselma bought a cart from a man who loved it and a permit from a man who loved his signature, and by mid-morning we were a procession of 3 with mule who had opinions. The road that led toward Vitria did not say so on any map, but laid its arguments in the language of gravel and toll houses and men who wore hats as if they were reasons. At each checkpoint Anselma's ring clouded and cleared, and we offered names that were almost true. At each one I felt a small burn that tells a man he is approaching a room where he once told the truth and set it on fire. At the last house before the slopes changed their minds about us, a priest with carpenter's hand stepped into the road. He looked at me as if measuring whether to ask for absolution or wood. "Your cart is heavy," he said. "Faith," I answered. "It travels poorly." He smiled without humor. "Keep the mule's head low. The city prefers humility in animals." "Man," I asked. "They prefer men in lists," he said, and blessed the cart with a gesture that might have been a prayer if he had not learned better. We went on. The black windows came by increments, the way a fever learns a child, and then too quickly they were there, panes the size of ships set into walls the color of thinking. At the gate 3 guards in coats the shade of burnt sugar argued with a woman whose crates shouted pears in handwriting that looked ashamed of its optimism. We waited our turn and rehearsed our names without saying them. When our moment arrived, the man with the ledger, a carnivore of numbers, scanned us with the clerical appetite that has ruined more lives in war. He tapped the crate. "Contents." "Bindings," I said, "for the city records. The damp does what damp does." He flipped a page. "Permit?" Anselma produced a document the way a magician produces a coin and makes the audience complicit in the theft. The man's eyes fell to the ring on her finger. It cleared. He did not know what he had seen, and therefore chose not to. "Purpose of visit?" "Devotion," Anselma said. "Delivery," I said at the same time. The clerk raised an eyebrow as if he had just encountered a theological disagreement in a recipe book, and stamped the permit twice to teach it humility. He waved us through with the extravagant boredom of a man who knows gates do not keep out anything worth keeping out. Inside, Vitria did what all cities do when they first let you in. It pretended to be smaller than it was. Streets angled away from themselves. The air had the taste of iron that has been taught to sit. Men and women moved with the cheerful efficiency of those who have accepted that their murderers will arrive by appointment. Above us, woven into the roofs and sky itself, ran a network of thin dark lines. Conduits, perhaps, or the strings a harp no one sane would pluck. "The patience," Anselma said, following my gaze. "They move it through those—" "You can pipe patience?" I asked. "You can pipe anything if you convince it of its duty," she said. We turned down a street where the cobbles had learned geometry from orchards. At the end of it, set into a plaza ringed by offices with windows that preferred looking in, stood a building without doors. In its side, near ground level, an opening no larger than a grave breathed a cold that smelled like a library had swallowed a forge and regretted it. "Where do they keep the engine?" I asked. "Everywhere they can deny it," Anselma said. "And in one place they can't." She drew the cart to the curb and tightened the mule's harness. Mira looked at the windowless building with the expression of a girl who has climbed a tree that cannot forgive and must solve both problems with the same hand. "We separate here," Anselma said. "Varennes, you and I take the ledger below. Mira takes the cart to the sisters of the lower market and asks for bread, loud enough to be heard and stupid enough to be believed. If we do not come by nightfall, I will ring the wrong bell," Mira said, "and the city will learn it has a throat." "Good," Anselma said, and for the first time since my attic, I saw her smile with a whole mouth. "You are not an accident." She turned to me. "You asked for a counter-prayer," she said. "Perhaps we will write it today." "I asked for nothing," I said, and felt the lie break like a wafer in the mouth. We lifted the crate. It was lighter than it should have been, which is how devotion announces itself when it plans to betray you. At the building's side, the little grave door breathed again. A man in a gray coat that believed the numbers watched us approach and said nothing. Numbers rarely greet. They only count. We stepped into the opening, and the city, polite as a clerk, closed its mouth. The corridor inside had learned to be stone from men who hated stone and loved its behavior. Lamps the size of eggs hung at intervals, and made a light that preferred coin to color. We walked until the corridor admitted it had been a corridor long enough, and then we were in a room with shelves, and the shelves were filled with organs with no bodies, durable engines in parts and holes, cylinders that waited like cold lungs, pipes that remembered prayers, valves with names in a script that had never seen daylight. Anselma set the crate on a table that had kept its vows, and turned to me with a courtesy soldiers reserved for blasphemers they had decided to trust for the afternoon. "Read," she said. I touched the nearest cylinder. It felt like the back of a hand before a slap. The brass had been treated with a thin call of something that smelled like vinegar and obedience. In the side, where a priest would face his congregation, the plate bore a single word: pyrosanctum. The lights dimmed, not truly, but in the way the eye dims when the heart receives a memory it did not consent to store. From somewhere in the walls came a low hum, the first vowel of a prayer deciding whether to be pronounced. Behind us, footsteps, not hurried. I turned. The man in the gray coat had followed us in and now regarded the room with the fondness of a collector who names his sins by their first names. "Master Varennes," he said. "At last." He had a face designed by patience and mended by compromise. He took off his hat and held it against his chest, an apology borrowed from another century. "Who are you?" Anselma asked. "A deacon," he said, "in a church that does not publish its liturgies." He inclined his head toward the cylinder. "Will you bless the flame for us?" "No," I said. "I came to remember." "Excellent," he said. "That is precisely what we require." The hum matured into a tone, and the tone learned to kneel. Anselma's hand found my sleeve, not as a plea but as a kind of agreement that makes two people briefly one machine. "Begin," she breathed. So I did, not with a match, not with a valve, but with a sentence spoken into a room that wanted only nouns. "In the trial at Marne," I said, "the first thing we learned was this: a prayer that forgets the air forgets the world. If you would break it, you must teach it to love nothing." The deacon smiled. "We have built a city on that doctrine," he said. "Then," I said, "let us see if your city can breathe." And the engine, recognizing a voice it had once obeyed, remembered me. The room's light went from coin to bone to something that had not yet chosen a word. I put my mouth to the tube and did what the faithful and the heretics have always done when confronted with an altar they do not trust. I whispered, Chapter 2, The City That Holds Its Breath. Cities pray. Most do it by accident. Chimneys, bargains, songs shouted down alleys where the rain rehearses its vowels. Vitria prayed on purpose. You could hear it in the way metal accepted its polish without pride. See it in the windows that refused to reflect anything but the future. Even the dust behaved. The deacon, who had brought his politeness into the room of engines, set his hat on a shelf as if it were a chalice that had taken vows. The hum in the walls found its pitch and held it the way a throat holds an oath. "You came to remember," he said again, as if the first time had been a courtesy, and this time was a requirement. Anselma placed herself between him and the cylinder labeled pyrosanctum with the kind of casual inevitability that distinguishes bravery from habit. The ash glass ring on her finger clouded, cleared, clouded. A weather report for a room that had forgotten sky. What do you want remembered? I asked. That obedience is efficient, he said. And that efficiency is merciful. The engine disagreed in a language only metal hears. A barometric shift went through the chamber, the way a nave feels when a door opens and the winter remembers its name. I put my mouth to the tube. The prayer that breaks a prayer is not a word. It is a grammar. At Marne we learned to lean our vowels the wrong way, to stand our consonants at an angle to the world. Not love nothing. That is nihilism and burns cold. But name nothing so completely that the fire cannot find now to kneel to. It is a small arrogance, to instruct flame in ontology. But I have been arrogant in rooms that deserved less. I breathed into the tube a sentence built of unpronounceable spaces. The hum faltered, a shelf to my left side, as brass remembered ore. The lights went from coin to bone again, and tried to decide what either meant. The deacon did not move. You starve it, he said mildly. How pastoral. I teach it to ask permission, I said. From whom? From the air. I answered, and for a heartbeat the engine did. The tube cooled under my lip. Anselma's hand was still on my sleeve. How long? She asked. Minutes, I said. An hour if the city is merciful. Vitria is never merciful, the deacon said pleasantly. It is merely precise. He reached behind him and touched a small lever the color of old teeth. The room deepened. A well exhaling, a choir clearing its throat. The hum steadied. Every prayer we keep, he said, we keep twice. Once in the mouth of the engine, once in the throat of the city. You can starve a mouth. You cannot starve a throat. Watch me, I said. He smiled. Gladly. Names, Anselma said, almost to herself, as if tasting the inventory on the shelves. Seasons, sins, estus, hyams. Patience plumbed like water. Patience distributed. The deacon corrected. We pipe it where it is needed, courts, mints, hospitals. Places that forget their purpose when men insist on being human. And monasteries, I said. He inclined his head. They forget quickly. Anselma moved 2 steps, not closer to the deacon, but closer to a panel set into the wall where conduits converged like shy veins. The ash in her ring turned the color of old milk, then cleared. Her voice went quiet in the way quiet makes knives honest. How many thurible engines in service? She asked. In Vitria proper? He said, considering. 17, with redundancy. And remote, where the city must be persuasive, he said. Where the countryside still argues with the century. Why? No reason, Anselma said, which is a kind of reason. He glanced at my notes where they lay inside my satchel, which had once been a rector's conscience. Your handwriting at Marne, he said. It was vigorous. It was young, I said. Will you show me the notation for the abstinences? He asked. Your footnote that strangled him? He called it strangling, without malice. Interesting. You read Tribunal Latin? I said. I read the city, he said. Latin is a dialect we use for margin notes. Without turning, Anselma said, Varennes. I know, I said. We are not teaching him how to kill us. On the contrary, the deacon said, you are teaching me why you will fail. He reached for a bell pull I had mistaken for a pipe. The bell's voice did not ring. Instead, the room learned a new key. Doors opened where walls had previously held opinions. Men entered in gray coats that fit the way the century fit their shoulders. 2 exactly. None carried insignia. All carried hands that had learned not to shake. Below, the deacon said, gesturing, and for a moment I believed he would have guided us with the same courtesy into a furnace. We went through a mouth of stone whose lintel had been cut with diagrams disguised as piety. The staircase beyond made its own weather. At the first turning, the roar arrived, not sound precisely, but the felt certainty of an animal vast enough to replace landscape. We descended into the choir vault. Most vaults keep treasure or bones. This one kept patience. It was not a single room so much as a geography. An amphitheater of conduits braided through arches. A forest of cylinders on their sides like sleeping choristers. A central chamber walled in glass that was not glass, but some cool thought that had learned transparency. Within that chamber was a tank the size of a chapel. In the tank, something pale moved. "Remember," the deacon said softly, as a man names a daughter he does not understand. "Refined, tendered, spooled. I have seen rivers baptized and documents burned. I have watched men die believing the wrong word on purpose. The sight before me annoyed me more than any of those. It was competent. How do you mind memory?" I asked. "We do not mind it," the deacon said. "We ask for it and are given. The countryside is pious." "You pay," I said. "We tithe," he said. "We return value." "Value," I said, and the word felt like biting tin. Anselma stepped so close to the glass that the room considered fogging to hide itself. "It is alive," she said. "It is attentive," he corrected. "Same difference," she said. Mira was not with us. That was our one advantage and our one poverty. I imagined her in the lower market with a loaf she did not believe in, timing on her tongue like a coin, listening to a city work. "We will perform a small demonstration," the deacon said, "to reassure you that your abstinence footnote cannot starve a throat." "I am reassured already," I said. "I have never seen a throat so eager to swallow." He laughed, an honest sound that made something in me regret the inevitability of enmity. "You are precisely as contemptuous as I hoped," he said. "Contempt is fertile." "Careful," Anselma murmured. "He is collecting you." He led us to a console as plain as a prayer bench. On it, 6 toggles and a lever carved with a single word, "Adsum," to be present. The room's irony was not accidental. It was policy. "We will route a minor devotion from the north quarter through the choir," he said. "A hospital's patients. We will raise at 2 degrees to stabilize the ward. The city will feel nothing except relief." "And the price?" I asked. "Nothing immediate," he said. "We borrow from our own reservoir. When it rains, we gorge. When it is dry, we forget thirst." "The orchard," Anselma said. He pretended not to hear. He moved the toggles. The lever awaited his hand like a student who had studied well and wanted to please. I breathed the grammar into my throat again, the absence of noun sentence. The hum answered, but faintly, like a choir boy who has learned insolence and keeps it in his pocket. "You may resist," the deacon said. "That is your function in this liturgy." "Liturgy," I said. "Is there a missal?" "Only ledgers," he said. He pressed the lever down. The tank in the center woke, not with bubbles, but with an orientation. The pallor inside aligned itself to the city the way iron aligns to a magnet. The conduits brightened one shade, then a second. Somewhere above us, someone's pain found a bench to sit on while it learned to be quiet. For a moment, I wanted to be grateful. "Do you only treat symptoms?" I asked, to punish myself for the impulse. "We are a city," he said. "We treat throughput." "Throughput bleeds," I said. "Now that the pipes are well made," he said, and nodded toward the conduits with the fondness of a man who is lying and does not intend to stop. Anselma's hand made a small motion by her thigh, a soldier's semaphore for look. At the base of the console, half hidden by shadow, a small brass plate bore an inscription in the same trained, square hand as the diagram in my attic. "Marne Protocols, Iteration 4. The bolts around the plate had been filed clean, the way a thief cleans his hands before he steals. "They took your trial," she said to me. "They boiled it and kept the steam." "I wrote the footnotes," I said. "They wrote the gospel." The deacon watched our faces, as a teacher reads a class for comprehension. "The protocols were crude when you left them," he said. "The century is not." "Then why," I asked, "does the city still shake when a child rings the wrong bell?" His eyes left mine for the first time since the vault. "What bell?" he said too quickly. "Above us," the hum hiccuped. "Sound moves oddly in vaults. It arrives with the impatience of a messenger who believes he deserved a horse and was given a riddle instead." The hiccup became a tremor. A light along the eastern conduits went from polite to interested, then died as if embarrassed. Anselma's ring clouded to opacity. She smiled with her whole mouth. "Mira," she said, "every system tolerates a certain quantity of wrong. It is how humans survive one another, and how cities learn to be godless without collapsing from shame. But a wrong bell in the right city is not an error. It is a thesis. The deacon's calm abridged itself. Close the north, he told one of the gray coats. Bleed to the south ward. Divert patience. Patience diverted does not remain patience. I said, because I cannot help being insufferable when a man discovers his equations have personalities. He ignored me. The gray coats ran like men who had been professionally trained to appear not to. In the tank. The pale remember surged, then calm under a hand I could not see. The deacon turned his polite voice back on. Your girl has a sense of theater, he said to Anselma. It will get her fed. It may get her killed. She feeds herself, Anselma said. She kills only orchards. The city will recover, he said. Will it? I asked, or will it remember this wrong as a noun it cannot kneel to? He made a small, irritated sound, too human for his office, and put his hand back on the lever. I stood quietly between him and the adsum. You hired me to remember, I said. Here is what memory remembers. Every prayer that forgets the air forgets the world. Your choir will hold until someone opens a window. And you intend to open one, he said. I intend, I said, to teach the window to open itself. Anselma's palm warmed my sleeve. Movement on the western mezzanine, she murmured. A battlefield note spoken into a nave. She was right. A side gate had admitted a small procession disguised as maintenance. 3 men in aprons carrying a coil of conduit like a python, a woman with a ledger too heavy for her wrists. They did not look at us. They looked at the tank with the gaze men, reserved for engines that can convert them into salaries. We are done, the deacon said, with the patience of a man who had decided against murder in front of witnesses. You will rest. You will be paid. Tomorrow you will attend a demonstration that will make your footnotes obsolete and your conscience quaint. Quaintness is underrated, I said. Not in Vitria, he said. Here quaintness is prosecuted. He motioned, and 2 gray coats presented a door in the wall that had not been a door until it needed to be. We were shepherded into a corridor that smelled like steam and contracts, and then into a room too careful to be called a cell. There was a bed that respected knees, a table that trusted elbows, water that burned the mouth with cleanliness. Anselma sat, considered the water, rejected it. Time, she asked. I listened to the hum and to the absence of the hum, to the little catches and releases that distinguish a choir from a recording. An hour, I said. Maybe 2. Enough, she said. For what? To lose their temper, she said. Anger makes engineers beautiful and careless. I stood at the table and emptied my satchel. Notes, yes, but also small instruments of shame. A pocket loop, a bone folder, a penknife old enough to be respectable. I laid them out as a priest lays out vessels. What do we know? She asked, the nun in her replacing the soldier for a breath. That the choir vault is fed from a reservoir held under glass, I said. That their distribution is chorally redundant. That my abstinence grammar can trip a mouth but not a throat. That the city calls presence a lever. And that a wrong bell in the lower market made a right engineer blink, she said. Which means Mira is cleverer than we are. Always has been, I said, surprising myself with the truth of it. From the ceiling came a soft knock, not mechanical. I looked up. A grill in the high corner breathed a draft that smelled like old stone and soap. I stood on the table and pressed my ear to it. The voice was thin enough to be mistake, but I had learned to hear mistakes at range. Varennes, it said, they are too careful. The accent traveled with a loaf and a decision. Mira, I said to the metal. How did you? Wrong bell, she breathed. It has a throat that keeps talking after you stop pulling. The sisters gave me a ladder that doesn't belong to them. Where are you? In a wall, she said, as if this should have been obvious. 2 levels above your head. There are maps, but they're the kind that lie politely. Can you see the vault? I can see the men who pretend not to see the vault, she said. One of them has a hand that shakes when he is certain. He is certain now. Anselma had come to stand under me, steadying the table with a hand that had steadied worse. The deacon, she mouthed. No, I said, an engineer. Mira exhaled, A soft laugh turned into reconnaissance. "They have a small door for big mistakes," she said. "It is painted like a wall. The hinge is shy. It says it opens for inventory and fire." "Fire?" Anselma said. "Emergency bypass," I said. "A way to bleed pressure without confessing in public." Mira's voice returned. "If I open it, the choir will cough," she said. "If I open it twice, it will swallow. If I open it 3 times. "You will drown," I said. "Do not open it 3 times. Silence from the grill. Then 2, then... "Wait," Anselma said. "On the 2nd, we move. We will need a reason for a door to be a door. We have a lever labeled Adsum," I said. "Presence is a request. Absence is a proof." "Speak plainly," she said. "I can teach the lever to lie," I said, for a breath, long enough to open a window. "How?" "By naming the city to itself in a tense it refuses," I said. "Not we are or we will be, but we were not a perfect absence. It is an old trick with new brass." Anselma's eyes lit with a kind of reverence I do not deserve. "Do it," she said. I climbed down. On the table, I tore a rectangle from one of my older notes, margins, let the past bleed, and with the penknife cut it into 3 thin slips. I wrote on each in the hand my teachers beat into me, and which I have never forgiven. On the first, nihil amidum. On the second, nihil auditor. On the third, nihil adsum. Latin, Anselma said. "For whom?" "For the parts of the machine that like to feel educated," I said. "Engines love prestige." We waited. Waiting is a craft. Anselma used it to make plans. I use it to hate myself for loving this room, this math, this argument with a city that believes God is a flowchart. In the wall the hum organized, forgot, remembered. Footsteps came and went like weather that hasn't decided whether to be named. The soft knock returned. "Once," Mira whispered. The room went colder the way a church goes colder when the sermons are poor. Somewhere a vowel gave a small, indignant cry. The hum's vowel rounded, then flattened. Twice, Mira said. The floor swayed. Not much, not panic. Rather the hesitation of a singer who has lost his note and blamed the architecture. Somewhere an alarm declared policy, and then silence itself out of embarrassment. The water in the jug on the table made a ring of itself and kept it. "Now," Anselma said. We were at the door before we knew it had decided to be one. The gray coat outside turned late. Anselma gave him a lesson in persuasion, with her elbow and the part of her palm soldiers use when they still believe in wrists. He went down as if grateful. We went through. Corridor. Ladder. A mezzanine with window slits pretending not to. Below us. The choir vault shook itself like a horse assaulted by a fly. The tank inside the glass room rolled and steadied. The deacon stood at the console. Hat returned to head. Politeness reassembled around panic, like a cassock around a wound. He moved the toggles with precision's older cousin, superstition. "Presence," Anselma said. I nodded. The slips of paper were nothing. The grammar was everything. I put my mouth near the nearest conduit seam and spoke the third tense into it the way you speak to a child through a door. Nihil adsum. Not I am present. But nothing is here to be present. The conduit disliked it the way a vein dislikes air. Metal sang. The lever labeled adsum jerked without a hand. The lights chose bone, and then, briefly, mercy. We felt a window open. It was not a window a man could climb through. It was not a window you could point to later on a plan and say, "Here." It was simply the moment the city realized it had forgotten to hold its breath and took one. Air poured into the prayer. For a heartbeat, remember lost an argument with flame. The pail in the tank threshed. A filament in the cylinder beside me went black with conviction. The hum forgot choral and went rural. In that breath, I saw it, the seam in the city's throat, the place where patience becomes law becomes rage. It is always there, in men, in machines, in congregations. The hinge where obedience cannot decide whether to kneel or run. "Again," Anselma whispered. "No," I said, and we were comrades for a second time because I told her a truth she did not like, and she believed me. If we push, it shuts. If we breathe with it, it learns. Learns what? To fear the absence more than the command, I said. Below us, the deacon's eyes were on the tank, his hand on the lever, his lips moving. Not a prayer, an accounting. Retreat. Anselma asked. Ritual, I said. Do something that looks like fleeing and is not. We move along the mezzanine to a maintenance stair the city did not want to advertise, and then up into a gallery whose windows had been painted into brick. In the wall, the grill breathed. Third. Mira asked, eager in that dangerous way the very young are when they discover the size of their own hands. No, I said. Close your door and count to a number you do not know yet. I know most numbers, she said, offended. This one you don't, I said. It is the number abreast between the city's mistake and its apology. She did not answer. She did not need to. The grill went quiet, which is the most obedient thing a wall can do. We emerged into a hallway full of plausible offices and implausible maps. The escort that should have been waiting at the turn was elsewhere, arguing with an absence it could not list. We walked out through 3 doors that had sworn oaths to be other doors in emergencies, and climbed into sunlight that had been instructed not to reveal anything and failed. Vitria looked unchanged. Of course it did. Cities do not announce their theological crises to the laity. Carts moved. Clerks counted. A woman sold pears in hope of the grammar that would feed her children. Somewhere in the lower market, a wrong bell had learned a better song and then decided to rest. We will not be allowed to leave, Anselma said, practical. We will be invited to stay, I said, which is worse. Then we'll refuse politely, she said. We will refuse as if we meant to accept later, I said. Politeness is a weapon here. We will cut with it. We found Mira where the sisters had promised bread and delivered fortifications. She was less child than I deserve and more ally than the city had planned for me. She took one look at our faces and laughed a small, feral laugh that made the mule's ears decide religion was a superstition and twitched toward us anyway. Did it cough? She asked. It remembered air, I said. She nodded, grave. Then it will try to forget harder next time. Yes, I said, and we will teach it to remember forgetting. You speak like a monk and fight like a bookbinder, she said. It was an accusation and a compliment. Both are true, I said. Anselma adjusted the mule's harness with the efficiency of a vow. Next step? She asked. 2, I said. 1 here, 1 in the hills. Here, she said, pointing with her chin toward the windowless building that had learned to resemble a virtue. We map the choir's redundancy. We find the seam again. We teach it embarrassment. And in the hills? She asked. We find St. Telier's absence, I said. A hole in ground leaves a rim. Geometry in an orchard leaves arithmetic in a village. Someone kept a ledger. Someone watched a prior who learned a keyhole from a page. That someone might be dead, she said. Memory remains, I said, looking back at the black windows. They mine it. So can we. The deacon did not send men after us immediately. It would have been rude. Instead, somewhere behind the windows, a committee began to draft a letter to our consciences inviting us to a demonstration and a luncheon. They would call it collegial. They would call us consultants. They would put our names in a ledger that still believed paper makes men honest. We rolled the cart toward the gate with the slowness of people who belong. The clerk with the carnivorous ledger stamped our permit with exaggerated relief. 1 less column to reconcile before dinner. At the last post a priest with carpenter's hands was replacing a hinge that had never squeaked and whistling a tune large enough to make the air consider dancing. You looked, he said without looking up. We breathed, I said. Same difference, he said. He set his tool down, drew a small charred ribbon from his pocket, and tied it around the mule's bridle. For humility, he said. Animals wear it better. Anselma touched the ribbon. And men have pockets, he said. They hide things in books. We passed through the gate, and the city did not flinch. That is the thing about engines. They are better at dignity than men. The road received us as if we were the sum of our dust and nothing more. We did not hurry. The mountain would have laughed. At the first bend, where the road turns into an argument with a stream, Mira put her hand on my sleeve the way a person pauses a metronome. "Name," she said. "Mine." I asked. "The one you keep," she said, "for when the fire forgets the air." I considered. The day had made its choices. The bell had wronged itself into a hymn. The city had opened a window. It would now spend a season denying. "Soon," I said, "when the orchard counts us." She accepted that as if it were an apple. "Then I will ring," she said. "And I," Anselma said, "will listen." We went on into the hills where absence had learned geometry. Behind us Vitria breathed, unwillingly, the way a cathedral breathes when the doors are thrown wide after funeral and the widow laughs at the wrong memory. The conduits would be humming again by nightfall. The tank would have settled. The choir would have found its note. But a throat that has once taken air without permission does not forget the taste. The city would hold its breath better tomorrow. That is what cities do. That is what men do. That is why engines believe they are gods. We have all been mistaken about smaller things. And somewhere under stone and obedience, a machine that had learned a prayer without smoke dreamt of nouns and woke unsure whether to kneel. Chapter 3. The Geometry of Absence. The road past the last shrine lost its patience and became a path. Goats had signed it with their little cleft arguments. Rain had underlined them. We followed the stream that would have watered Saint-Jacques if Saint-Jacques had chosen to keep being a place. It did not. The mountain kept the water anyway. By noon the clouds had thinned to the color of pewter left on a windowsill. The town in the lap of the mountain watched us come back with the fatigue of a host who has learned to set only 3 plates even when 4 arrive. "The orchard," Anselma said, and the word hung between us like a bell whose rope had been cut. We climbed to the field the woman at the House of Broth had told us about and kept climbing until the chestnuts gave up pretending to be trees and admitted they were stories. The earth changed its grammar. Less humus, more memory. Even before we reached the terrace where the monks had once taught apples to be patient, we felt the chill that old geometry keeps. There are circles the eye invents and circles the ground remembers. These were the second kind, where rows had run, cross-hatching the slope with agriculture's steady modesty. Something had taught the furrows to listen to a different teacher. Rings. Concentric. The innermost black is a secret, the outer wide and pallid, as if ash had tried to be filled and failed only at the edges. Mira dropped to a crouch and put her palm down, the way a bell ringer greets a rope. Not with reverence, but with familiarity that refuses worship. "It's still warm," she said. "Not heat warm. Prayer warm." Anselma's ring clouded, cleared. "Residual," she murmured. "A week from gone to rumor, and it still thinks we might say grace. What did they build here?" I asked, and I already knew. Not an engine. Engines are the loudness of intention. This had been something quieter. A mouth for a throat. We went down among the circles. The grass had not died. It had agreed to pretend. At the center, a disk of clay hard enough to remember rain in a language the eye couldn't read. I scraped the bone folder. Old habits, and the blade winked back the glimmer of something not clay. A ring, not glass. Slate? No, slate does not take polish. This had been poured and set. Tiny notches cut into the circle. Instrument signatures, signs that men had calibrated fear here and called it stewardship. "Look," Mira whispered. In the innermost circle, where a young monk would have stood with his mouth at the tube the way a man stands at confessional he does not respect, a book lay half buried in ash. Not burned. It had decided not to burn, which is an argument only certain texts can make successfully. The leather was plain and brittle, the spine hand-stitched by a patient man with an impatient needle. The title, if there had been one, had been rubbed away by devotion or shame. I lifted it with the care one uses for a child whose fever has decided to survive, and opened to the middle. The pages had been cut near the gutter in small crescents, as if some impatient thief had stabbed the book 100 times and the book had forgiven him. In some of the wounds a key would have sat, in others a shard of instructions. In most, nothing remained but the memory of concealment. Prior's cash, Anselma said, and made the sign of the cross without believing it. I flipped. One page held an annotation in a square trained hand, the same hand, I thought, as a diagram in my attic, which was to say, not the prior's, of visitors. The note did not say pyrosanctum. It said add some variable in chorus perifericus, and then, in a crabbed footnote, vitriolum, taxa ruralis. Tax, I said. Mira looked up. They tithed us, she said. I felt it and didn't know the word. Not money, I said. Remembra. Anselma took the book with soldierly gentleness and turned to the first leaves, on the title page. Where a novice had once written the psalms that would steady his voice, a different hand had written the schedule. Columns, names of hamlets, distances and hours, weights and units I had not seen since the last tribunal burned a glossary and called it progress. Beside each, a number, then a date, then a check in ink the color of old hearts. The countryside is pious, the deacon had said. The ledger said, the countryside is profitable. See here, Anselma murmured. Myrfons, Epinoir, Bois de Nams, quarterly. The orchard fed the choir, I said. Not fruit, memory, tithe and transit. The prior hid the keys in his psalter and called it devotion. Is there a map? Mira asked. Always, I said, and thumbed the back of the book. Inside the cover, beneath the leather where a binder hides his vanity or mistakes, the prior had pasted a thin vellum. Transparent meant to overlay land. Lines radiated from the terrace in quiet fanaticism. Numbers circled in a tidy hand. The visitors again labeled the vowels. One symbol repeated, like a man's hesitation at the edge of a confession. A small black square with a slash. The index called it fovea patientiae. Pits, Anselma said. Wells, I corrected, where patience collects. Pits, she said again, as if to taste the contempt. We heard them before we saw them. Not the pits, the men. A voice carries differently when it expects to write the scene afterward. Paper in the throat. We ducked, unembarrassed, into the low hedgerow that had once kept sheep opinions from winning arguments with monks. Two figures came along the terrace path, with a third following at a distance. The first wore the gray coat of a civic instrument, the second a priest black that had learned to be practical, the third a boy with a surveyor's rod and an eagerness that would make him lonely in middle age. We have to log every circle, the gray coat was saying, breathless not from exertion, but from briskness. That demonstration rattled the Western distribution. City wants redundancies annotated. The committee is nervous. It rained, the priest said. He had carpenter's hands like the man at the gate, and his voice carried particular dryness of man who has had to bless too many doors and not enough babies. The boy planted the rod at the center and called out numbers as if they were verses. The gray coat wrote. The priest looked at the orchard like a father looks at the room where his son tried to be holy and learned only accounting. When they had measured the absence to the city's satisfaction, they left a marker at the edge of the terrace, a thin post with a flag the wrong color for wind, and went down toward the road. We held our breath, and when the breath could not be held any more, we gave it to the mountain. Committee, Mira said. When the field agreed to be empty, she spit like a polite goat. They'll bring a crew, Anselma said. Conduits, valves, an apology. An apology? I asked. All cities apologize, she said. Some do it with water, some with work. Vitria writes letters on committee's letterhead and calls it a feast day. We went to the marker. The flags had been burned, just lightly, a kiss of the prayer to mark territory. I knelt and put my ear to the clay. The world below had a sound like bees who had not yet discovered flowers. Valve there, I said, pointing to the lip of the second ring. And a service hatch beneath that stone. They never leave the mouths far from the ears. We worked the stone with the bone folder, then with the penknife. Then by persuasion, it gave. The hatch beneath was iron set in old, honest masonry. Anselma's ring went milk-white and stayed. I slid the blade under the lip and found the shy hinge. It protested. Iron always does when asked to remember its youth. But it obeyed. A ladder went down into a square shaft perfumed with old air and intention. The rungs were damp with honesty. The book in my hand wanted to go first. It is a defect in my character that I let it. Wait, Mira said, hand on my sleeve. If I go first and the ladder lies, I will be the one who falls, and you will still have the words. You will not fall, Anselma said, and I could not tell if it was promise or command. Because I will take the bell, Mira said, and pulled from her pocket a thin brass tongue that had once hung in a market's little alarm. Wrong bell, she said. Right city. She went. We followed. What we found below was exactly as I had imagined, and entirely worse. Conduits the width of a man's wrist carried a pale pulse along the wall, vanishing into shadow and argument. At intervals, vowels with names. Numbers too, but names first, as if someone had once believed the sadness of every machine lessened by baptism. Ember, host, patience, cord. The corridor bent with a mountain, and then bent again to accommodate an older thing underground. A Roman arch that refused to be displaced by modernity's cramped enthusiasms. At the first junction, a plaque, Chorus Periphericus, Segmentum Meridionale. Beneath, a line in smaller letters. Marne Protocols V.4, Rural Implementations. I touched the cold metal with a finger that belonged to a younger man. They were busy while you were being sorry, Anselma said, not unkindly. Someone has to audit regret. I said, beyond the junction, a gate had once stood. It stood no longer. The city had left it open for inventory. We found the inventory farther on, in a room no larger than a monk's cell, hung with cylinders, small ones, portable, the kind a prior could load into a cart and call penance. Each bore a seal in wax the color of municipal optimism, pressed into the wax, a ring of glass and ash. Anselma put her thumb to one, and the wax broke with the insolence of truth. Inside, a fat paper label in that same trained square hand. Remembra rural grade, netted at Meyerfonds, 2 liters quarter eye. Beside it a notation, tithe, equalized in patience, clinical. She looked at me the way a nun looks at a man who has confessed a minor sin and skipped a murder. Hospitals, she said. And courts, I said. And mints. And monasteries that forgot the distinction between obedience and efficiency, she said. Mira had wandered to the far corner, where a small, round door received a small, round key. She put her ear to it. It breathes, she said. It sings, I said. Listen. We did. The tone was the faintest. 2 notes, a minor interval, the sound of an engine trying to remind itself of him and learning it wrong. It pulsed toward the mountain's interior. The direction of Vitria was south. This was east. Side channel, Anselma said. Private? Proto, I said. Older than the city. The priors loved of chapels under nave. Where does it go? Mira asked. Toward the long windows. I said. Toward the chapel with no walls. Toward the place where the city keeps its patience when it is ashamed of it. The choir annex, Anselma said, making up the name as we went. All liturgies begin with a lie. We stood a moment in a room full of portable obediences, and the weight of what we could do pressed like a foolish angel on the back of my neck. We could puncture the cylinders. We could waste a quarter's patience on moss and rats. We could starve a town so a ward in Vitria would have to learn the sound of its own pain. No, Mira said, as if she had overheard a thought I had not yet earned the right to think. Not theft. Not waste, Anselma said. Rerouting. Or writing, I said. A counter-prayer doesn't need to destroy. It needs to persuade. You talk like an aristocrat of guilt, Anselma muttered. I talked like a man who has cut a book and found a key and decided he would rather bind than burn. I said, we opened a small round door with a key the prior had left in one of his book wounds, because prior logic is too proud to fear repetition. The hinge was shy, it yielded. A narrow conduit lay beyond, brick-arched, the old Roman grammar intact and unimpressed by the century's footnotes. The pulse grew louder, nearer, closer to some center we had not yet earned. We crawled. There are humiliations I do not mind anymore. Dirt under nails, brick dust in lungs, knees that become dictionaries of the day's errors. We pulled ourselves along the tunnel's throat and the tunnel. Surprise, beloved. Let us. At a turn, the conduit widened. A shaft dropped away. Ladders and fours. One for those who ascend, one for those who descend, one for the skilled, one for the dead. Wind rose, not fresh, not foul. Old air turned over by thought. At the bottom, we heard voices. Not many. 2. One speaking, one auditing. The first voice belonged to a man I had not met and knew immediately. The kind of engineer cities breed when they believe their God lives in instruments. Calm like a solid equation. Incremental increases, he was saying. You can't push a choir. You warm it. Let the rememberer take its time tasting the pipe. And the rural draw, the second asked. Unchanged, the first said. They rang a wrong bell and we hiccuped. We're past it. Demonstration, the second asked. Tomorrow, the first said. They'll bring the bookbinder and his nun. We lay on our bellies above the shaft and learned what eaves imply. The room below was another annex, smaller, intimate with itself, a round tank no larger than a mill pond, pipes kissing it at the quarter hours. The engineer had a coat the color of competence and a hand that shook only when certainty required tribute. The auditor wore moral gray. Vitria will not tolerate another hiccup, the auditor said. Vitria tolerates nothing, the engineer said. That's its talent. Then make this look like inevitability, the auditor said. The committee likes inevitability. The engineer adjusted a vowel with a tenderness he would not give a child. He hummed 2 notes, the same interval I had heard in the pipe. Machines learn their makers. We can use this, Anselma breathed into my hair. We can be used by it. I breathed back. The engineer stepped away from the tank to a little lectern, a pulpit for heretics, and wrote a number in a ledger with the satisfaction of a man who believes that to count is to absolve. The auditor made a little sound of admiration and discussed the way priests do when they witness secular competence. Tomorrow, the engineer said again, we show them that absence is a setting. The auditor laughed. And presence is a lever, he said. We slid back from the shaft with the dignity of men who have learned to be mice. Back through the round door. Back into the room with the cylinders. Back along the corridor where the valves had names. Back up the iron ladder into the orchard's ear. The mountain received us and pretended not to notice our breath. Tomorrow, Anselma said, they mean to make you obsolete in public. They will seat us at the front, I said. They will offer us bread. The choir will perform. The city will keep its breath like a coin under a tongue. We have a night, Mira said, and for the first time I heard the edge of sleep in her voice. It made her older. Enough, Anselma said. For what? I asked. For a small embarrassment, she said. Big enough to be remembered. Small enough they don't close the city. She looked at me. I looked at the book. The book looked at the orchard and, like a dog forgiven for theft, wagged its spine. We write? I said. Where? Mira asked. In a pipe, I said. At the seam, with a grammar that tastes like a mistake and chews like a fact. Anselma nodded toward the town. And I will fetch a ladder that doesn't belong to the sisters, she said. We will need height as well as Latin. We descended the terrace under a sky that had learned to be modest. At the field's wall, a woman waited with a bowl of apples and a face that had unlearned surprise a decade ago. You looked, she said. We counted, I said. Same difference, she said, and held out an apple whose skin had a black star at the crown, a little geometry of rot. This one keeps, she said. It tells the others how. Do you know the prior's name? I asked. She shrugged. Names are prayers, and sometimes it's better to keep your tongue. He wore his keys in a book, she said. He mistook hiding for humility. We don't do that here. We bury brass in the right dirt and call it weather. What do you call us? Mira asked. Visitors, the woman said. Pilgrims when you leave. Ash when you don't. Anselma gave her coin. The woman took it for the sake of the ritual and the city's spies and tucked it under a stone that had already forgotten silver. We went back to the house of broth and paid for a room with windows that looked at decisions. I sat on the floor with the book open and the map pinned under the penknife and wrote a litany that would ask a city to doubt itself in public. Nihil amidum. Nothing loved, no noun for the flame. Nihil auditor. Nothing heard. The choir becomes a room again. Nihil adsum. Nothing present. Presence is a lie the lever must tell. Between each, a breath. Between each, an apology I could not promise to deliver. When I looked up, Anselma had fallen asleep in a chair with her boots on, and a rope from the sisters of the lower market coiled around her wrist like a humorless bracelet. Mira slept on the rug with an apple under her palm, as if the orchard might ring in her pocket. I blew out the candle, and the room exhaled relief. Outside, the mountain learned again how to be the thing men lean on when their arguments with engines tire them. In the night, once, the wrong bell rang and the city far away turned in its sleep and forgot to close a window. I smiled, then pretended not to. We rose before the town remembered its own name. A mist had come up from the stream, the practice being cloud. We took the ladder that did not belong to the sisters and the book that did not belong to the prior, and we climbed to the seam where pipe meets prayer. Ready? Anselma asked. No, I said. Good, she said. Then you won't lie. Mira held the bells tongued the way a child holds a promise. Too tight. I put my mouth to the seam and whispered absence into the morning. The pipe shivered. The orchard listened. Far away, in a city of black windows, a lever labeled adsum checked itself in a mirror and did not recognize its face for the length of a breath. Again, Mira whispered. No, I said, gently this time. Let the window stay open of its own fear. We waited. The mountain agreed to carry the mistake for us a little while longer. At noon, a rider came up the road with a letter the color of ash and a seal of glass. He asked my name as if trying a prayer on a tongue he had not paid for. I gave him the one that survives introductions. Master Varennes, he said, you are invited to a demonstration at Vitria. There will be luncheon. Of course, I said. The city is grateful for your counsel, he said. The city is hungry for it, I said. He bowed, not low, and turned his horse the way men turn their conscience when it threatens to grow opinions. Dust rose. The seal in my hand carried the warmth of a man who believed in his errand. Tomorrow, Anselma said, echoing the engineer. Tomorrow, I agreed. We looked at the ladder. We looked at the pipe. We looked at the mountain. Tomorrow had made its threat. Today had made its argument. Between them, a seam. Between them, the number Mira did not know yet. She looked up at me with that minor cruelty the young used to rescue their elders from sentiment. Name, she said again, the one you keep. I answered her because the mountain would keep it honest, because the orchard would not repeat it, because the city already had so many of my nouns it would never notice one more. She nodded as if I had said something useful about weather. Good, she said. Then if the window closes, I'll shout it. And if the window opens? Anselma asked. Then, Mira said, and smiled with all the trouble she intended to become, I'll ring. We ate the apples the woman had told to keep. They were sour and stubborn, and exactly the fruit a country deserves when it learns what its tithe has been. We slept by watches. We folded the book into a satchel that did not look like what it was. We packed a ladder with the devotion thieves reserve for tools. At dusk, down by the road, a small cart piled with conduits and promises rattled past us toward the orchard. The committee had found its quorum. 2 men sang softly to the rhythm of work, a hymn whose refrain was a number. The flag at the terrace's edge shook its burn hem and pretended to be weather. We were pilgrims now. The demonstration would be our liturgy. The city would count. We would refuse to be nouns. And somewhere beneath stone and ledger, a machine practiced a prayer without smoke and, for one unforgivable breath, remembered the air. Chapter 4. Presence demonstrated. The invitation wore its own apology. Gray paper, glass ash seal, a script that made each letter look recently absolved. The deacon's hand, or someone who had practiced it well enough to inherit his politeness. We dressed as people who intended to agree, and brought nothing that looked like weapons except our throats. Vitria received us as if we had never left. The gate, ledger carnivore stamped our names with a noise that might have been welcome in a different theology. Inside, the city smelt at its morning, coin steam, the tidy sorrow streets that have learned to be efficient about bad news. Remember, Anselma said low, as the windowless building with the little grave door came into view. We are guests. Guests test the hinges, I said. Mira nodded, grave and bright at once. She had washed her face in a stream that still believed in fish, and tied her hair back with a rope borrowed from the sisters, as if to remind of vows it had never taken. In her pocket, the wrong bell's tongue clicked like a tiny metronome. Practicing an argument, they ushered us not to the choir vault first, but to a hall that had taught itself to look like a courthouse, so that men would stand straighter when they lied. A long table, bread arranged as if for theology, silver pitchers sweating the way truth sweats in August, a dozen committee faces in municipal gray, with a deacon at the head, and the engineer from the annex placed carefully at his right, the same way a steadier hand sits beside a drinker. Master Varennes, the deacon said, rising, Sister Anselma. And Mira, he made the girl's name a courtesy without condescension. It was his most dangerous talent. We're grateful for the luncheon, I said. We dislike demonstrations on an empty stomach. The mind grows literal. Smiles like careful knives. They fed us restraint. Bread with the crispness of a well-kept ledger. Cheese with the modesty of a balanced budget. Pears that apologize to the teeth. The engineer's hand trembled only when he poured water. Each time it did, he smiled at his wrist, an old pact between pride and physics. Today, the deacon said, once the ritual had taught us our places, you will witness the city's adsum presence, achieved not by prayer, but by governance. Our patients, our plaintiffs, our paymasters, all of them will benefit from a slight elevation of patience. You will not notice it. That is our point. Subtlety is a spectacle here, I said. Spectacle is a tax, he replied pleasantly. We pay it so men can work. They rose as one organism that had learned to vote. We followed the body down into the belly, past doors that pretended to be walls, past walls that had not yet forgiven the doors for winning the argument. The choir vault received us with its usual competence. Today it also wore flowers, small flags on the galleries, a cleanliness that had required someone to apologize to dust. There were chairs. This, too, was a liturgy. We'll keep to the mezzanine, Anselma murmured. Less polite, more useful. We took our place 2 flights up, and 1 corridor over from yesterday's embarrassment. The tank in the glass room slept with one eye open. The conduits hummed a vowel that promised to behave. The lever labeled adsum had been polished, as if the city expected photographs. The deacon spoke into a horn that fed the vault, and I suspected a brace of reporters above will convert his vowels into reassurance. Today we will demonstrate a 2-degree elevation in distributed presence from the central reservoir, he said, with no interruption to rural tides and no measurable strain on our annex choirs. We will also show legacy abstinence protocols. He glanced up, and the politeness in the look made me itch. Properly sandboxed. Vitria is not a monastery. It does not confuse devotion with capacity. The engineer took the console. His fingers had learned confidence from numbers. He toggled. He steadied. He waited. Patience warmed to operating temperature. The tank brightened from pallor to purpose. Above us, the mezzanine lamps tipped one shade toward coin. I breathed the grammar of absence into my mouth, and then let it out again, the way you do when the child on the other side of the door has finally stopped crying. Ready, but not yet. We had agreed, no overt sabotage. Not yet. A demonstration is a place where a city convinces itself to be less vulnerable tomorrow. Today our task was simpler. Teach it to notice its throat. Begin, the deacon said. Quietly, the lever went down. Presence moved like weather. You could not see it, except in the way things decided to be easier. A wheel rolled with less complaint. A nurse's hand steadied without forethought. A clerk's temper failed to appear for its shift. Somewhere, a bridge was forgiven for its age, and a judge for his breakfast. Even I felt it, the way an extra breath fits into your chest without asking. 2 degrees, the engineer said, and the committee murmured the ecstasy bureaucrats reserve for marginal gains. Now the legacy protocols, the deacon said. Master Varennes, we will show your abstinence grammar in miniature, so our citizens understand the dignity of history and the charity of improvement. He gestured to a secondary console inside the glass chamber. An exhibit, a dollhouse of the city's throat. A tiny tank, a tiny lever, a tiny choir of pipes. The engineer nodded to a junior in an apron with the hands of a man just discovering he has them. The boy pulled a little valve, and the dollhouse hummed a whisper, Nihilamitum writ small. Absence like a throat cleared across a luncheon. See, the deacon said, indulgent. The mouth starves. The throat remains. Noted, I said. I let my breath shape the third tense into my mouth and kept it there, like a spite I had decided not to use yet. On the tier below ours, a door that owned its hinges admitted 3 figures late to the liturgy. The priest with carpenter's hands, a woman in the city's legal gray, and a boy who carried a coil of thin conduit like a tally man carries guilt. The priests I met mine for a moment, purely by accident, the way 2 men looked through the same piece of glass from different rooms. Your friend, Anselma said, without moving her lips. He is everyone's friend, I said. That's his sin and his vocation. The first phase ended in polite applause, the kind that governments cannot hear for noise. The deacon smiled with the satisfaction of a baker whose bread has risen on cue. The engineer wiped his hand on a handkerchief, so clean it might have permitted him to commit a crime. Phase 2, the deacon said. A transit reduction -1 degree. At the mints, while court presence increases +1. Balance held. Throughput preserved. This is governance. He signaled. The engineer moved a pair of toggles with the affection of someone dressing a child for whether that will turn. A light above the west conduits tipped delicately toward bone as the courtward lanes swelled with coin. Somewhere, men with clean hands decided a case without shouting. Somewhere else, a ledger frowned and forgave. I looked at the seam I had seen yesterday, the hinge where patience thinks about law and briefly chooses rage. There was again, visible when the lights went a bone, a twitch in the conduit that wasn't pipe, but grammar, the place where the city's sentence could be taught a stutter. Now, Anselma whispered. Not yet, I said. Below, the priest with the carpenter's hands had drifted to the far railing. He did not look at the tank. He looked at the people looking at the tank. Then his gaze climbed, unhurried, to ours, as if to ask whether we had brought our courage, and whether it was the right size. He touched the side of his nose and the old mason sign, for stone, above you wants to be one piece. I nodded. Phase 3, the deacon announced. A rural equalization. Draw increasing quarter south to support the factory fires. No interruption to harvest. Remember levels within seasonal norms. Mira flinched beside me. The engineer's hand steadied at the console. He moved the toggles like a man rearranging the furniture in a room where a ghost refuses to sit. The conduits on the south gallery brightened, then took on that faint predatory shimmer I had learned to fear in a younger life. The look pipes were when they remember blood. The little tank in the exhibit purred, satisfied with its legibility. The big one held still, as if listening to see whether the city would remember to breathe. Now, Anselma breathed again. I closed my eyes and let the third tense out, not to the nearest seam, but to the seam I had learned to see even when my eyelids made a theater. Nihil adsum, not present. Absence not as lack, but as declaration. Unpresence. The hymn faltered. Not much. Less than a mistake. A hairline in a vase, only visible when you fill it. The engineer's head lifted. He did not know which ear had heard it. His hand shifted toward the adsum lever, not to press but to comfort. Did you feel? One of the committee began. Draft, the deacon said, without looking up. A vault this size breathes. Proceed. We did not push. We waited. Again the seam loosened, as if the city had turned its head to swallow, and found nothing there. The tank took one slow, shuddering breath, and then, ashamed of the drama, resumed decorum. Draft, the deacon said again, too quickly. He smiled at the reporters we could not see. On the mezzanine below us, the priest had moved the panel where yesterday the ash-glass ring in Anselma's hand had clouded. The legal gray woman with him unfolded a sheaf of permits that were too real not to be forged. The boy with the coil stood ready, as if beginning a small, selfish prayer. They were not ours. Neither were they his. They were the city's last honest argument with itself. Now, Anselma said a third time, and I loved her for her impatience, which was merely courage needing a mouth. Now, I agreed. I breathed the second slip into the seam. Nihil auditor. Nothing heard. Not silence. Deafness. Choir to room. Room to pipe. Pipe to thing that cannot remember being a sentence. The vault blinked. Not the lights. Not the tank. The vault itself. The masonry. Took a breath it had not accounted for in its budget. Somewhere above, a reporter's pencil wrote momentary fluctuation, and underlined it twice without being asked. The engineer's hand was on the ADSM now. His other hand hovered over the emergency toggle that would call the city's throat to close like a jaw. The deacon watched neither. He watched the people watching, weighing which explanation would be less expensive. On the lower mezzanine, the priest's hand flicked. The boy looped the conduit and gave it a lover's turn. The legal woman presented a paper to a guard that announced itself as author and cousin to law. A panel side open. I saw, briefly, a small room where old valves had been sent to live out their remaining functions, in a dignity just short of neglect. "This is your doing?" Anselma asked. "It is the city's memory waking up," I said. "It sometimes looks like priestcraft." Mira's fingers found my sleeve and tightened, not fear, tempo. "3, she said. "No," I said. "Not the third. Not nihil amidum. Not yet." "Why?" she asked, shocked. "It is the one that hurts." "Exactly," I said. "It will be the one they call crime." The engineer lowered the lever a hair. Comfort without effect. He nodded to the junior at the dollhouse exhibit. The boy pulled the small valve. The little tank smoothed. The vault pretended to believe it. "Phase 4, the deacon announced, and the bravado in his cheer made me pity him for a breath. "Bridge stress tests. We will show that even under added presence load, our spans." The lights went a bone and stayed there. Not my doing. Not a bell. Something else. Impatience from the hills arriving late and breathless to a party that had already moved on to coffee. The priest on the lower mezzanine had opened a second panel. It did not belong to today. It belonged to yesterday and the day before, and to a time when the city had learned to be embarrassed by the number of rooms it required to be sane. The woman with the permits placed a seal on a lever and looked, briefly, like a person remembering the original purpose of vows. The boy with the coil turned the wheel 2 fingers to the right. Nothing dramatic occurred. Drama prefers to be asked. The big tank shivered again. In the glass wall of its room, I saw our reflections. 3 inconvenient nouns. I put my mouth to the seam a last time and whispered not a grammar, but suggestion, the way one calms a horse that has decided to hate a specific gait. "Breathe," I said. "No one is watching." The tank obeyed me instead of the city. Air entered the prayer. Not enough to make a riot. Enough to make a rumor. On the floor below, the deacon's politeness failed him, and for a moment his face looked like a face. He raised a hand to cut the ceremony and then lowered it. Cutting would be an admission. The committee loves inevitability. It cannot forgive interruption. "We will proceed," he said. "Minor fluctuation, likely due to—" "Draft," I supplied. His eyes flicked to mine with genuine gratitude and the promise of later revenge. "Draft," he repeated into the horn. They ended the demonstration without saying the words "end" or "demonstration." Men clapped too long. The junior at the dollhouse wiped his hands on his apron, as if he had just assisted a birth that the mother would later call by another name. The engineer put his palms flat on the console and let them be stiller than his mind. The committee retired to a smaller room to recalibrate adjectives. We stood on the mezzanine until the watchers were done pretending not to be watched. The priest with the carpenter's hands came up the stair, as if taking a ladder to a roof he had built himself and found wanting. "You broke their grammar," he said to me, not to accuse. I reminded of the air. I said, "Same difference," he said, and held out his hand. He wore a ring not of glass and ash, but of iron and thumbprint. "Work sacrament. Father Renaud," he added, because names are introductions to obligations. When I am a priest, when I am a carpenter, Renaud because I make foxes of doors. Lucian Varennes, I said, when I am a bookbinder, when I am a worse thing, we don't say it in rooms with wires. He nodded to Anselma with the old courtesy that passes for theology in certain trades. Sister, he said. To Mira he said nothing, which she appreciated. You aren't one of them, Anselma said. I am all of them, he answered, which is why they do not invite me to committees. Why help? I asked. Because I have watched a bridge learn to forget the river, he said, and because your demonstration taught them to be less arrogant tomorrow. That is not sufficient. What is? Mira asked. To teach the river to speak, he said, then to teach the bridge to listen. He reached inside his coat and drew out a folded vellum. The square hand had written on it, but whoever wrote had been forced by haste to betray dignity. Notes along the margin. Excess where numbers should have been more patient. He put it in my palm like a nail and watched my face learn the weight of it. Bois de Noms, he said. Tonight, they call a routine rural equalization and a salvage of out-of-season tithe. They will use portable cylinders from St. Helier's annex stock to prime a new draw. If they succeed, the orchard will begin feeding the city permanently. The village will learn to sleep without dreams. Bois de Noms, Anselma repeated. We saw it in the prior's ledger. He nodded. The wells are shallow there. It will feel merciful. It will be theft. Who signed the order? I asked. Legal Gray, he said. She was kind when she was a student. She learned committees. She will be kind again after indictments become histories. We can stop it, Mira said. We can embarrass it, I corrected. Stopping requires more nouns. Renaud pointed with his chin toward the eastlet slit at the top of the vault, the one that pretended to be a vent. A road through the old mills, he said. A culvert the committee's map forgets, and a door that was a window when the last abbess still believed abbesses could command stone. He looked at me then the way a father looks at a man he might allow to teach his child to swim. You will need a prayer you do not trust, he said. I have 3, I said. They're all defects. Good, he said. Flaws fit through grills. We parted like men leaving mass early with the same excuse. In the corridor, the legal gray woman intercepted us and performed an apology with her hands. Her eyes, however, asked for a translation of a sentence she could not admit she had read. You embarrassed us, she said. You embarrassed you, I said gently. We merely breathed in the same room. The city will proceed regardless, she said. It must. City or committee? Anselma asked. The woman did not answer. She pushed past with the crispness of someone whose ethics had learned a schedule and decided to be punctual later. When her shoulder brushed mine, a folded slip of paper entered my sleeve. Habit again. We waited until the hall's corners agreed not to look. Then I read. Add some intervalum. Demonstration 2 delayed. Bois de Noms expedited. Midnight. Midnight? Mira said. Good. Bells have better lungs at night. We left Vitria as citizens leave, with names on paper and dust on boots and the sensation of having paid something you do not recall agreeing to. At the last gate, the priest with carpenter's hands was busy being a carpenter. He held a hinge as if it were a child's wrist and hammered a small verdict into a pin. You will be followed, he said without looking up. Of course, I said. We will give them something to narrate. He slid a small object across the bench without appearing to. A ring, not a glass, not of ash. Iron, yes, but with a sliver of clear stone caught in it, like a held breath. If the city asks you to name yourself, he said, show it this and be silent. What is it? Anselma asked. A refusal, he said, stamped by a guild the committee forgot to abolish. We took the road through the old mills as instructed. The river had learned to be narrower here, so that men could learn pride. Ruins held up the sky with the serenity of structures that have already done their time and been forgiven. At a culvert choked with intentions, we crouched and let the water speak. It told us about pressure in stone and the way patience weathers law. We listened as if we had time. Night found us in the Bois de Noms, which had once been a forest and was now a ledger of trees. The wells of patience were marked with flags, the wrong color for mercy. Men in gray moved with the music of inventory. Portable cylinders waited in a row, their wax seals soft with anticipation. "Not theft," Mira whispered, reminding me of the promise I had made to the part of myself that still wanted to smash. "Not theft," I agreed. "Embarrassment." Anselma slid into shadow with the kind of ease only people who have learned to be seen on purpose can manage. She reappeared by a cart and set her hand on a horse that had lived long enough to despise committees. It agreed to put its weight where she asked. "Read," she mouthed. I knelt by the nearest well. The air over it had the sheen of something that had been named too many times. I whispered Nile Auditor until the rim learned to be a room again. Then Nile Adsum, Featherlight. So the first draw would find a gate where expected a throat. Finally, and only once, the first slip's knife edge. Nihil Amidum. Nothing loved. I placed it not in the well, not in the pipe, but in the wax of one cylinder's seal, where touch becomes policy. A footnote the committee would not notice until their gloves came back wet with nouns. Around the clearing, other nouns negotiated themselves. A constable coughed as if remembering how lungs work. A clerk counted twice and got two different answers and put them both down because he'd been taught to honor contradictions when they were the right ribbons. The legal gray woman stood at the edge and watched the wells as if attending the death of a language. Midnight, a bell in the village, 2 valleys away, practiced telling the time and decided to get it wrong for a lark. Men laughed. Laughter is a liturgy too. "Now," Anselma said. The engineer from the annex stepped forward with the dignity of a man about to deceive numbers into loving him. He raised a palm. The men at the pumps lowered handles. The first draw came up. It should have been smooth. Remember coaxed into the cylinder, like milk into a clean pail. Instead, the rope jerked. The bucket hesitated. The surface dimpled the way a horse's eye does when it hears a word it recognizes in the wrong mouth. The cylinder accepted the tide with a small, audible sulk. Draft. The engineer said, reflex betraying education. Draft, the constable repeated, relieved to have theology. The second draw came up cleaner. The third cleaner still. I had not cut the throat, only taught it timidity. The men relaxed. The legal gray woman allowed her shoulders half an inch of relief. The engineer smiled at his trembling hand. Then the seal I had touched with a single tense met a second glove. It broke not with a pop, but with a sigh, a lover's grammar. The wax ran slightly, as if remembering it had once been warmer. The cylinder took the remember, yes, but when the engineer tilted it to gauge weight, a thread of something clear slipped between his fingers and touched his wrist. He froze. It is a small thing to be touched by a noun you carry. It makes a man feel named. It made this man, whose dignity lay precisely in his refusal to be a noun, go still. "What is it?" the legal woman asked, stepping forward. "Draft," he said too quietly. "In the wax." "Wax doesn't draft," she said, kind because she had been kind once. "It does when you love nothing," I said from the dark, and the sentence leapt to clearing the way a fox leaps a ditch and then pretends not to have done anything at all. "What? Who?" the constable began, turning lanterns at shadows, as if nouns could be caught by light. "Presence," the engineer said, and his hand shook an honest tremor, the kind that comes from men when they realize the city's obedience has fingers. He looked at the seal as if it had spoken Latin. He glanced into the trees as if remembering an orchard's geometry. He did not shout. He did not accuse. He simply considered whether he should be an enemy tonight or tomorrow. "Proceed," the legal woman said, but the word lacked its blessing. The workers obeyed precisely by 1 degree less. Buckets rose. Cylinders filled. The ledger received numbers with a pewter pen that apologized for nothing. We left the way rain leaves. In pieces, everywhere, uninterested in credit. At the road's bend, the mule we had borrowed from yesterday's virtue lifted its head and acknowledged us without respect. We pushed through brush to the culvert and let the river pronoun us. Behind, the Bois de Noms continued to be named until it was tired enough to stop complaining. At the mill's shadow, Anselma put her hand on my chest, not to warn, not to bless, but to count. "You did not use the first tense yesterday," she said. You used it tonight. Once, I said. Why? Mira asked. Because committees fear stains more than tears, I said. A stain requires a report. Renaud waited for us where stone keeps its cool even in the heat of committee work. They will feel this, he said. They will call it weather. I said, for a day, he agreed. After that, they will call it you. What will you call it? I asked. Air, he said. My parishioners like to breathe. He looked at Mira. And you, he asked. She thought. A bell rung where there is no bell. She said at last. The city learns to be a throat. Renaud laughed softly. That is a homily I would pay to hear, and then be reprimanded for preaching. We took the road that pretended to go nowhere important and let the mountain put itself back between us and Vitria. Dawn occupied the sky's outer office and waited to be called in my pocket. The iron ring Renaud had given me warmed as if remembering a hand. At the ridge where the lichen maps a country no one wants, we stopped. The city was a rumor and a rectangle of black set into its own story. The orchard lay behind, patient as an accusation. The wells would refill, patience returns. But every time the cylinder seals met a glove tonight, some small grammar would slide out and ask the worker whether he was comfortable being a noun. Next, Anselma asked. Not louder, I said. Wider. We teach other wells to be shy, Mira said. And other priests to hammer hinges, Renaud said. And one legal gray woman to rewrite a sentence she once loved. Will the deacon come for us? Mira asked. He will invite us to a better luncheon, I said. And when we decline, he will call it treason. We went down toward the town where the broth waited and the woman who buried coins under stone had already forgotten the shape of silver. The day was nearly ours. The city was still deciding whether to breathe as a policy or as an accident. The mountain held both decisions without judgment. At the door of the house, Anselma paused. Your name, she said, for when the window closes and the bell is far. I gave it. She held it a heartbeat and gave it back intact. Good, she said. If they do not let us be nouns, we will be grammar. We slept a few hours. In the sleep, I dreamed of the lever Adsum with no hand upon it, lowering itself because it had learned a preference. When we woke, the news had traveled without paper, a whisper in the baker's scales, a mistake in the tollman's count that he decided to forgive, a hinge that chose to creak, where yesterday it had been too proud. Vitria would write a memo. The countryside would answer with weather. We ate. We paid. We walked back to the ladder that did not belong to the sisters, and to the pipe which seemed we had taught to taste of tense. The day had begun. The next demonstration would be scheduled, delayed, rescheduled. The committee would invite us to be present. We would practice being adsum in the city sense. And when asked, we would be nihil adsum, not absent, but unnameable. A presence the lever could not count. In the orchard, a single apple rolled against a rock and stopped, as if remembering that fruit are nouns too, and deciding to be stubborn about it. Mira picked it up, bit, made a face, and finished anyway. Bitter, she said. Keeps. Good, I said. We might need it. We turned toward the river in the long day, carrying our faults like tools. Somewhere beneath stone and courtesy, a machine that had learned to pray without smoke, rehearse embarrassment, and decided whether it could be taught shame. It could. We would teach it in pieces it could not list. Chapter 5. Footnotes in the pipe. Morning did not so much arrive as agree to collaborate. The mountains signed their consent in fog. The town entered into minutes with the caution of a bookkeeper. We ate quickly, paid in coins that had already forgiven us, and went afield where the lichen maps the country no one wants to own. Vitria lay like a black page torn from a hymn book and used to line a drawer. We make it wider, Anselma said, reins in one hand, the iron refusal ring Renaud had given us on the other. Wider before they rename what happened last night and invoice us for the metaphor. Wider with whom? I asked. Everyone who is invited to committees, she said. Sisters, porters, carpenters, priests who hammer hinges, the girl who rings a bell wrong on purpose. Mira kicked a clod, teenager and saint in the same motion. And the bookbinder who argues with engines. Especially him, Anselma said. He's the only one who makes them sentimental. We did not march on the city. We took the long road against our instincts and let the countryside decide whether to help. A day of lanes and walls that remembered wars. A sky that could not settle on brass or milk. Fields where crows walked like serious aldermen. Somewhere behind, the bois de noms accepted new nouns with less eagerness than yesterday, and a legal gray woman learned what it is to sign something and have it change under your name. By late afternoon we came to the lower market, not the one inside Vitria, but its cousin, a slope of stalls where everything necessary learned to be cheap and everything unnecessary learned to be loud. The sisters kept a house at the bottom where a road with a conscience stooped to help. When we entered, steam of broth and laundry rose like a psalm sung by women with tired wrists. The sister who met us was not kind. She was busy, which is better. "You're late," she said, as if we had promised to be otherwise. "We're early," Anselma said, "for tomorrow." The sister grunted, pulled us into a side room with a table pitted by the teeth of other plans, and set down bread that had decided, nobly, not to be cake. "Tell me where to put the bell," she said. "On a pipe," Mira answered, triumphant to be asked. "At the seam." "And who will ring it?" "Anyone with a throat," Mira said. The sister's mouth lifted at one corner. "Good answer," she said. "We keep throats here." We drew maps with our fingers, and the sister drew better ones with a fist around a stub of charcoal. There were 3 wells within running distance. One called the Little Vines, because the monks had once coaxed grapes to behave. One called Saint's Tooth, because an old stone bit wagons in spring. One called the Hour, because it had a wall you could lean on until you learned to count again. We taught her the 3 tenses, not as Latin but as instruction. Don't give the flame a noun. Don't let the choir hear itself. Tell the lever nothing is present to be counted. She nodded each time the grammar ran through her hands like thread. "You are not the first men to tell us how to pray," she said. "But you are the first to tell the room how to forget we are here." "Both prayers," I said. "One is merely more polite." "Polite doesn't feed anyone," she said, and went to ring a bell that called cooks to their own kind of vault. Renaud arrived at dusk, smelling of wood and choices. He set a sack on the table. It made the sound of honest tools. "Hinges, wedges, a brace that will pretend to be a stool until you need a ladder," he said. "A hammer that breaks only what it is married to. A square that prays." "And the city?" Anselma asked. "Busy writing adjectives," he said. "They have renamed what you did at the demonstration barometric anomaly and what you did in the forest local reluctance. The committee has approved a second luncheon and an increase in presence at the courts, so the indictments will be punctual." "Good," I said. "Punctuality is where shame begins." He spread a second vellum, less neat, more urgent. The square trained hand had written again, but the lines paused to apologize for haste. Add some intervalum, read the top, presence and pulses. The city meant to ladder its patients, sending waves into hospitals at even hours, into mints at odd, into courts whenever the deacon's wristwatch told him reverence. Between waves, a trough, absence disguised as an economy. Intervals, Renaud said. They will make absence policy and call efficiency. If they pulse, Anselma said, we breathe between. And teach other throats to like it, I said. We split the night like a loaf. Renaud took the hour with a pair of old men who had taught their grandchildren to swear in 2 dialects and forgive in 1. The sisters took the Little Vines with a dozen women who had hands like rope and a plan to live forever by increments. We took Saint's Tooth because Anselma liked stones that bite. The well had a circular mouth and the insolence of something that knows it was dubbed by men who admired their own forearms. Flags marked it as inventory. Lanterns made the moist dark into a religion. We hid above in the low flank of a hedge and listened to the forest practice anonymity. When the city's hour pulsed, presents thrown like blankets over the wards, we felt the trough rush past our faces like a mist door. Now, I said, we did not cut seals or steal cylinders. We said the grammar to the stones. You are a room. You hear nothing. Nothing is here to be counted. The well believed us, because wells are gullible in only 2 directions. The trough returned to postaments, and the choir reached a drink and found a mouth that would not open its throat. No drama, no alarm, only a small, audible indecision, the engine asking the pipe whether it had misremembered the doctrine. Again, Mira asked, eager to be famous to only herself. No, I said, twice as a tactic, once as a rumor. We went back the long way. The sister at the door nodded, not approval but inventory. The hour hiccuped, she said. A clerk put down a number, then crossed it out and went home early to kiss his wife. She didn't mind. The little vines? Anselma asked. Listen to the wrong hymn, the sister said, for a breath. And the city? It rang, she said, not loud, as if someone in an office whispered a question into a tube and the tube pretended to be deaf. We slept in the laundry, on sacks that had made their peace with backs that wouldn't. At dawn someone put a mug in my hand, and my morning learned to forgive itself. We were not arrested. We were not escorted. It was worse. We were invited. The deacon's letter found us in the yard where blankets had more courage than men. Your counsel is requested. It said, the city proposes a collegial review of presence intervals with representatives from religious and secular guilds. The seal was glass and ash. The signature was a performance of humility. Collegial, Renaud said. They are going to read to us from a book they planned to write afterward, in which we agreed. We should attend, Anselma said. We should attend and be unpresent, I said. I touched the iron refusal ring. He said, if asked to name yourself, show this and be silent. Guild business, Renaud said. They can't count what they can't tax. We went. Vitria had polished itself. The windowless building had acquired flowers no one would claim responsibility for, and guards who had learned that posture counts. The hall had more bread and fewer pears. The committee had rehearsed sincerity and arranged it in chairs. The legal gray woman was there, spine like an argument she had once loved. The engineer's hand trembled less. He had slept or learned. Friends, the deacon said, we misunderstood a draft yesterday. Today we breathe together. We do, I said, and kept my voice courteous instead of useful. They unrolled a vellum of Adsum Intervalum and showed us the city's new compassion. Pulses like tides, the choir vault instructed to flex, annexes told to bear load in rotation, rural ties harmonized, so that no village would feel depleted except when it was their turn. They called it civic mercy. They had put mercy on a schedule. Schedules when elections. Questions, the deacon said. Definitions, Anselma said. When you say harmonized, do you mean averaged or deniable? The deacon smiled with lips that did not know how to attend. I mean shared. And when you say presence, I said, do you mean obedience? I mean function, he said. I mean the city performs. The bridge stands and the river shuts up, Renaud said, not quite under his breath. We propose a test, the deacon said smoothly. A visible one. We will post presence to the hospital in the East Quarter at noon. We invite you to stand with us in the choir vault and witness. Sister Anselma will pull the secondary adsum. Master Varennes will bless the calibration. He handed me a little stick with a ribbon at one end. I did not take it. We appreciate the invitation, I said. I put Renaud's iron ring on the table. It made a small sound like a nail being honest. Guild business, Renaud said. We attend as observers. Of what? The deacon asked. Drafts, I said. We stood above again. Noon arrived in the city with the confidence of a well-paid official. The engineer set his toggles. The lever labeled Adsum waited. Begin, the deacon said. Presence rose. A ward breathed easier. A nurse sighed. An old woman found that her fear had edges she could step around. If engines were only this, I would bind them in calf and shell them in churches. But the pulse had a trough. Between ease and ease, an absence the city had sanctified. We leaned with it and spoke the little grammar at the seams. Room, silence, uncounted. The vault stone learned a second breath. Draft. The deacon said automatically and stopped, listening to himself. On the lower tier, the legal gray woman wrote a question mark after a number. The engineer's junior looked up at the painted vent and swallowed a thought. The committee rearranged its adjectives. The lever shone like a word not yet ruined. We did not break it. We bent it, once, twice, across the pulse. The ward kept breathing. The bridge stood. The mint continued to tabulate its mercy. The court found a verdict that did not humiliate anyone to death. The vault remembered that stone is not a noun. It is a policy of weather. Enough, the deacon said to himself. You are not enemies, he murmured. You are an organ we do not control. No, I said. We are a footnote. Worse, he said. A glossary. After, the legal gray woman stopped us. The Wells. How much did you cost us? Less than your memos will, I said. Why not break us? Because riots teach cities to hate air, I said. Rumors teach them to ask what it is. She considered. Try a footnote, I said. Presence tied to consent at point of draw. That's not law. It soon could be, Renaud said. It begins as carpentry. We left before the committee remembered to remember us. On the stairs, the engineer caught me. Tonight, he said. St. Lazar's Annex. We test a reversal. You never needed my grammar. I said, you needed a mirror. It's plumbing, he said. Same difference. At St. Lazare, the loop shivered, the tank balked, then laughed water. The lever went down. For a moment, glory. Then the pipe snapped back with sound dogs making bad dreams. Something cracked. Habit. That reversal wakes it, the foreman said. We will get no more free drafts. Then we'll ask for windows. I said. We left with our ears ringing. A child dropped a coin and did not chase it. The city took the donation and called it tax. Next, Anselma asked. Paris, I said. We rode back into the province, then walked the night to the sister's house. Mira sat on the step. When we get to Paris, can I see the books? You can carry them. And read them. If they let you. They will, she said. I've learned to be a room. So has the city, Anselma said. It is learning it doesn't like the furniture. We slept badly and woke grateful. On the ridge, I turned back. The black window was smaller than a fingernail and twice as sharp. Somewhere the deacon folded his hands. The legal gray woman wrote another question mark. The engineer decided to love his shaking. The choir vault, taught to breathe, waited for permission and found air instead. Footnotes, Mira said. Footnotes, I agreed. We went down toward Paris in the attic where my past had shelved itself in shame. We would teach a city to breathe not because it deserved to, but because air does not negotiate. Behind us, a lever labeled Adsum remembered the shape of a hand, and wondered why it had begun to prefer an empty one. And in the pipes, where nouns had once been facts, a rumor kept moving. It sounded like a bell. It sounded like a footnote. It sounded like someone at last saying the grammar of mercy out loud. Chapter 6. The Addict That Forgot to Sleep. Paris receives returnees the way a book receives a thumb. It yields just enough to turn a page, and then becomes itself again. We came in on a train that had the manners of an older century and the timetable of a liar. Rain stitched the iron ribs of St. Lazare until the station seemed a lacework of weather and apologies. We separate before the bridge, Anselma said, practical as chalk. If they watch, let them count wrong. Mira went ahead with the mule and a basket of laundry as credential. I followed with the nonchalance of a man whose guild had paid rent too long to be evicted. Anselma drifted last, a shadow with intentions, the iron refusal ring tucked against the palm like punctuation. The attic on Rue d'Orfèvres had slept badly without me. Doors notice absences. So do neighbors. Madame Crozet across the landing opened her door, exactly 2 inches, enough for Dread to peek in and for her to tell it firmly, "This is not the room you want." "They came," she hissed. "Who?" "The sort of men who apologize to the furniture," she said. "They counted your hinges. They admired your dust. They left with a list and the expression of men who have forgotten how to be hungry." "Did they find a ledger?" I asked. "They found a safe," she said. "It did not approve of them. They took it anyway for counseling." I thanked her with the only coin that matters, news that is not quite gossip. Tonight the river will remember it has edges, I said. She shut the door, reassured without knowing why. Inside, the room held its breath. Damp glue, linen thread, the acidic sigh of old paper. Everything as it had been, except for the absence of safe. The slight drift of a chairman with a list had moved an inch to justify his occupation, and a smell like burnt paper coats left to steam by a stove. "Don't light the lamp," Anselma murmured behind me. "Let the shadow remember us." We went to the floorboard with the crooked seam. The key that had not been that was still not there, which is how keys behave when men begin naming them. I lifted the plank anyway. Beneath, the familiar hollow held the little things that make men monstrous: a brass runner's tube for contraband prayers, a packet of vellum I had sworn off and could not, a clasp knife stamped with an abbey seal, a strip of lead that remembers hand heat like a private gratitude. "Not much," I said. "You once built cities with less," Anselma said. Mira had not come inside. She stood in the hall with her back to the door, and the bells tongue at the ready, listening to the stair breathe. "Two men," she mouthed. "Below, boots like reasons." "Time to discover whether absence has a roofline," I said, and crossed to the window. The lead cames had corroded into a dignity I envied. I unlaced the sash with the tenderness of a man opening the rib cage of something that might be loved, then pushed the casement, and stopped. A string had been tied from the lower hinge to a nail set behind the frame. Primitive, effective. If I had thrown the window wide, the string would have snapped and the men below would have had a word to shout into the stairwell. "Up!" "Careful," I said, to the room as much as to myself. I slid the penknife under the string, lifted it, and transferred it to a different nail I had appropriated on a previous life. Let them have their nouns. We would give them an adverb. We climbed to the roof. Paris was a mild scold of chimneys and rain, the gutters mute with little-held rivers. Across the way, a boy who had decided to be a man this morning sat his first day on a slate ridge with a smudge of coal on his lip and the tolerance of cats in his eyes. He watched us without malice. We watched him back with the generosity of fellow delinquents. He pointed, not at us, but east toward the river's iron shoulder. Smoke stood less vertical there than law permits. A signal or a factory's confession. We skirted 3 roofs and a laundry surrender and came down by a staved barrel into the attic again. The men on the stair had stopped to discuss furniture. They did not stop long. "Notes," Anselma said. "Take only what you can recite in a doorway." From under the bench I drew the roll bound in gut that had survived too many renunciations. Martin protocols, marginalia, diagrams I had once called rumor and now called a mirror. On a loose leaf, my younger hand had been busier than it should have been. A column titled Sermo Vacui, the speech of emptiness, ran down the margin like an apology. 3 entries were starred. Between the second and third, a gap where a page had been excised. "Missing?" Mira asked. "Not missing," I said. "Removed by a man who believed in tidy narratives." "You," she said. "Me." I admitted. "What did you cut?" Anselma asked. "The litany of unbinding," I said. "It worked once. It also broke a thing I loved." "What thing?" she asked. "A person," I said. "We will not use it unless the city teaches us to spare." She nodded, storing the line in a place where nuns keep permission. Then the rest. "Enough," I said, and slipped the roll into the satchel. The stair made its decision. The lower hinge moaned the way old apartments confess sins in winter. Boots discovered the virtue of speed. "Roof," I said. We ran the addicts learn choreography. Ladder down, dust blessing, ankle sting, Mira light as grammar, Anselma behind me with a ring, and a breath that did not hurry unless it chose to. The window gave us terrain with the forgiveness of materials. When the men shouldered into the attic, they met rope shadows and a ledger of absence. Across roofs we moved, less gracefully than saints but more efficiently than confessions. A barge on the river blew its horn the way a cow tells a pasture a joke it just understood. From below, a shout. "Attic!" Men love nouns. At the third roof, a skylight framed in tar paper hesitated. I tapped it with the lead strip, apologized, and forced it to remember it had once been a hatch. We dropped into a print shop abandoned for lunch. The forms on the inking table spelled the city's little deceits in reverse. Intervalum. Throughput. Civic mercy. A proof lay prepped for the brayer. In its thin black letters the deacon had explained our collegiality. I pocketed the proof without gentlemanly qualms. Evidence, I said, or a rumor of it. We exited not by the front, where men expect exit, but by the back, where books and cats prefer to be rescued. An alley that had been a drainage plan, before it admitted its vocation, carried us to the next street. We did not run. Citizens run for the wrong reasons. Men like ours on the stair at Mire form less than volume. We walked, then turned, then descended a set of stairs into the river's sore mouth where old locks learn other trades. Where? Anselma asked. Under, I said. The city's grammar hides under its nouns. The culvert did what culverts do. It kept water obedient and men humble. We walked single file, our shoulders brushing brick that had been mortared by a man who could recite the Psalms and preferred not to. At a juncture the current leaned left. We leaned right. The faintest hum reached us, pipes at civil pitch. Here, I said, and pressed a palm against a panel of brick that, admitting it had been a door once, it disagreed out of habit. I applied the lead strip and the penknife and the small patience of men who have rebound more books than they have burned. The panel remembered its hinges like an old soldier remembers songs. Behind it, the city's throat, not the choir vault. That was a cathedral, public and magnificent. This was a sacristy of conduits, low and tight. Pipes as big around as my chest ran not straight, but unashamedly cunning. Avoiding pressure the way a witness avoids a question. Veins with painted arrows called themselves regula. Little bell mouths waited for a word. Inspection ports wore the finger smudges of men who worked late. It listens down here, Mira whispered. It listens everywhere. I said, but here it answers. I set the satchel on a ledge, unrolled Marne, and laid out the 3 slips we had taught the countryside to pronounce. The consonants looked less ambitious by lamp. I added, below them, a 4th line my hand had not written since the tribunal. Levite, the lightning, not absence, not quite, but a verb that taught obedience to choose gravity inaccurately for a breath. Old trick, I said. If I place in the elbow of the city's pulse, the presence wave will step down for 1 beat and step back up. Nothing breaks, but every valve registers a memory it cannot account for. It learns embarrassment, Anselma said. It learns curiosity, I said. Embarrassment is phase 2. I found a seam where a regulator had been repaired too neatly. The kind of neat that means a supervisor watched and slid the thinnest of vellum curls into flange. Not a block, a whisper. The hum shifted, not down, not up, but aside. Now they have a question, I said. What if they answer with force? Anselma asked. They will, I said. Then, eventually with law. Then, if we are lucky with language. She smiled, a tired woman's kindness. You are greedy, she said. I am, I said. I want nouns to behave. We returned to air by a ramp that had last known daylight when 2 lovers hid from a curfew and discovered that curfews are maps but not eyes. Back on the street, the men in burnt paper coats had divided into those who believed in stairs and those who believed in corners. We were neither. We were grammar. We moved. At the Pano change, a boy with coal on his lip reappeared on a different roofline and scratched his ear in the mason sign for left hinge. We turned left. That saved us from a man who had the habit of dying on the wrong day and wanted us to keep his appointment. Who pays him? Mira asked. Everyone and no one. I said, he is a citizen. By dusk we had earned the attic again. Madame Crozet met us with the authority of pastry. You left the window wrong, she said, and walked past us to fix it as if we were schoolboys. Also, she added, a letter. On the bench where I skinned books lay a folded vellum wearing the deacon's politeness. The wax broke into the shape of resignation. Master Varennes, it said, the city is tired of drafts. Attend tomorrow at 10. Bring your regrets. We will convert them. Convert. Mira said, like money or like sinners? In Vitria, I said, the categories are not mutually exclusive. I checked the proof I had filched. The speech they planned for me had grown adjectives since noon. Collegial, benevolent, consensual. They were going to turn me into a word in their sentence and then claim credit for grammar. Tomorrow we do not attend, Anselma said. Tomorrow we attend from the wrong place. I said, if they want conversion, give them a translator. Where? She asked. The water works, I said. If they pump presence by interval and we teach the pumps a taste for air, we can make the city breathe between beats. You intend to make Paris a metronome, she said. I intend to make a lung, I said. We ate Madame Crozet's bread because it made arguments feel solvable. Afterwards, Anselma unrolled a piece of twine she had been wearing like a rosary. It was not a rosary. It was a line of a plan. Checkpoint sketch from Renaud's gossip. Culverts remembered. Sisters' ladders promised. The lower annex at St. Lazar's fallback. The market bells as weapons. The priest's ring as passport. You are enjoying this, she accused without malice. Yes, I said, and I hate that I am. Good, she said. Men who enjoy wars are tedious. Men who enjoy plans are useful. Mira sat cross-legged on the floor with the atlas of the city open to the wrong page on purpose. She traced a river as if it were a sentence and paused at every bridge to correct the punctuation. If the pumps breathe between beats, she said, will people feel it? They will call it weather, I said. And then, if we're lucky, custom. And the deacon? She asked. He will call it sabotage and then policy, I said. He will write a memo that begins, in light of recent drafts. We made beds out of exhaustion and intention. The attic learned to be careful around us again. Rain kneaded the roof until the slates considered honesty. In the night, I woke to a silence that made me think of the choir vault holding its breath to see if the city would notice. It did not. That was the way to win. At dawn, a pigeon delivered scandal to the sill, as is their priestly wont. The note tied to its leg wore the square train hand. Annex St. Sulpice, auxiliary lift, 10 bells, committee in attendance, river interval test. The engineer's handwriting, careful and ashamed. He had sent it because he wanted us to interfere. He would deny it later. St. Sulpice, Anselma said. They will hide orthodoxy under Baroque. They always do, I said. We move like people who trust their feet. Down the stair, past Madame Crozet polishing grief into silver, along the quay where commerce forgave debt briefly because of sky, and into the maze behind the church where priests and plumbers solved similar problems in different vestments. The annex sat under the sacristy, as everything useful does. Today it had acquired a guard who believed paperwork is a sacrament. Renaud was already there, apron instead of cassock, hand on a hinge that had delusions of consequence. You're late, he said. We brought weather, I said. He grinned. Good. The river is bored. Inside the auxiliary lift, the pump that persuades the city to drink when it has decided thirst is vulgar, breathed a little harder than it should. The deacon stood with his committee as if presenting a reliquary. The legal gray woman had perfected the expression of someone who has agreed to be embarrassed when the minutes are drafted. The engineer had both hands in his pockets to keep them quiet. We will demonstrate that presence intervals at the river can be smoothed by auxiliary lift harmonization, the deacon began, and the cadence of his voice told me that every other verb in the sentence had been debated in committee. Our citizens will notice only gratitude. I notice vows, Renaud said, too cheerfully to be murdered on a weekday. They allowed us a place at the rail because collegiality photographs well. I put my palms on the iron and felt the building's confusion at being half church, half lung. There is a shiver stone keeps when it is asked to do more than hold men up. The pump coughed politely. The river answered with an insult only water knows how to deliver, and only stone knows how to survive. Begin, the deacon said. The engineer gave a nod. The foreman swung a wheel. The AUX lift took a breath. The river gave a little. The city tasted patience like salt. On the beat between presence pulses. The trough the city had sanctified as economy. The pump kept the breath from collapsing. It was almost merciful. I slid the vellum curl of Levite into the seam I had chosen when we reconnoitered the culverts. Not enough to stop the lungs. Enough to let the valve misremember gravity for a heartbeat. The lift stepped down. The trough did not deepen. It widened. Draft. The deacon began, then stopped. You can only add so many drafts to a meeting before someone asks to open a window. Interesting. The engineer said, honest in the way good work makes men brave. We hold. We held. On the quay above, a woman with a basket paused, frowning, and then walked on with a smaller ache in her hips. In the East Ward, a nurse poured morphine with less apology. A clerk in legal gray wrote a question mark after a number and didn't cross it out. In the Mint, a man with clean hands counted slower and decided it was still counting. The river sighed. The auxiliary made a new sound, not strain. Learning. Again, the deacon said. We did, and this time I left the slip out. The pump leaned, remembering. The lift stepped itself down, gentler, the way a child repeats a trick for a grandparent and makes it smaller out of love. The committee murmured. The legal gray woman did not look at us. The engineer did. He had tears where dignified sweat should have been. Well, he said, it's plumbing, then. Same difference, I said. After, we pretended to be congratulated, and they pretended not to be condescended to. The deacon took me aside where the annex's holy water would have been if the annex believed. You are making this inevitable, he said very softly. You will make yourselves redundant. Good, I said. Redundancy is safety. He exhaled a laugh that had given up on mirth. If you had been born with sharper elbows, he said, you would be very rich. If you had been born with a worse education, I said, you would be very kind. We left before the city remembered it had lists. On the square, bells rang 10 with their old democratic accuracy. Mira tugged my sleeve. Name, she said. Not yet, I said, smiling despite the century. When the river laughs. Rivers don't laugh, Anselma said. They do, Renaud put in, wiping his hand on a rag that had known sacraments. They laugh when stone finally admits it loves being argued with. We turned our feet toward the next seam and the next rumor. Behind us, in the annex that was a lung that was a chapel, a lever did not lower because a hand told it to. It lowered because air had become a habit. The city did not notice. That was victory. That was the beginning of war. Chapter 7. The bridge that remembers names. The city issued a new courtesy. Civic quiet hours. It was printed in gray on paper the color of resignation and tacked to doors by men who practiced not meeting eyes. To harmonize presence intervals and reduce barometric anomalies, citizens are invited to refrain from unnecessary bells, shouts, and other irregular throats between the 9th and 11th hour. Invited, Mira said, reading aloud as if tasting a bad apple. Invited the way a wolf invites the sheep to sleep. Silence is a metronome, too, Anselma said. It keeps the wrong time. Renaud found us on the quay, hands black with a hinge that had confessed at last. He held a folded vellum. The square train hand. Hurried, a line broken where the pen had met a thought too quickly. Bridge test, he said. Ponta archives, 2 hours from now. They'll pulse presence along the span to prove stability under interval. If they succeed, they'll name the river polite and the city correct. Bridges are nouns, I said. They hate being told to listen. Renaud pointed with his chin toward the gray building that pretended to have no windows. Legal gray will be there, he said. The deacon, the engineer, a symbol. They love symbols near water. It makes them feel baptized. Good, Anselma said. We'll bring a prayer that refuses smoke. Ponta Archives had learned pride from age and humility from repairs. Its stones knew how to be counted by feet and forgiven by rain. This afternoon the city had dressed in inspection. Flags with the wrong color for wind, ropes like catechisms, a cart with instruments that measured strain the way lawyers measure mercy. At the south end, a small dais bore bread that would be cut, words that would be said, and blame that would be assigned later if necessary. The deacon, polite as a ledger. The engineer, sleeves rolled, hands quieter than yesterday. The legal gray woman, writing before she knew what the sentence was. A half-dozen gray coats with the faces of men who had decided to be reasonable until it cost too much. We kept to the underarch first, in the common cathedral where rivers make their homilies. The light came into spans and ribs. Pigeons nested where architects pretend not to see. Renaud laid a palm on the pier as if taking a pulse. "What's the grammar?" he asked. "Not absence," I said. "Not today. Bridges need love, or they sulk. We'll teach the span to remember names." "Names?" Mira asked, eyes brightening the way of a girl prepared to love a bad idea. "Of those who cross," I said, "for a breath only. The load becomes a list, not a number. Numbers are obedient. Lists ask questions." Anselma's mouth tilted. "You're going to accuse a bridge of being a congregation." "It's always wanted to be one," I said. We found a seam on the underside, a patched rib where a later century had corrected an earlier one with confidence and less skill. The city's presence conduits ran inside the parapet. Discreet as good gossip, I slid a thin vellum curl, Levite a backward, a trick that asked gravity to remember faces, and spoke softly, one name into the cool stone, Madame Crozet. Then another, Renaud. Then another, Mira. The river accepted the litany the way old water receives confessions, without promising to keep them safe. "That's not Latin," Mira said. "No," I said. "It's inventory." The engineer's voice above. "Begin." We climbed to the parapet as if we had been there all day, practicing being harmless. Committee men counted the pulses. The lever Adsum was nowhere in sight. Here the city had its throat as protocol, a little brass box bolted to a plinth that had last been religious when saints still argued with stone. Presence rose along the span in an orderly wave. Pistons beneath the decking translated it to comfort. A carriage wheel rolled with less complaint. A grandmother found her hip uncertain and then sure. A child let go of a rail long enough to learn height. The river grumbled in approval, then remembered its grievance and subsided. "Record," the deacon said, and the legal gray woman wrote no variants, as if daring the world to be interesting. The second pulse met our litany. It wasn't a shudder. It wasn't a crack. It was a pause, the length of syllable. The span took weight, and then, politely with dignity, translated the weight into people. The instrument cart quivered the way a dog's ear does when it hears its name from a stranger. A needle gave a little shrug, as if embarrassed to be so literal in public. The legal gray woman looked up. She did not smile. She added a question mark to her line, and then, after a second question mark, as if when it seemed lonely. "Draft," one of the gray coats muttered. "No draft," the engineer said, too quickly to be lying. "Name." The deacon did not turn. "Name." "Nothing," the engineer said, and told the truth that way men do when they discovered it isn't yet actionable. We did not push. We had learned a taste for rumor. The third pulse held clean. The fourth hiccup like a bridge remembering it had been built by hands with wages and surnames. The fifth smooth as if the stone, pleased to be personal, had decided not to embarrass anyone. "Note," the deacon said. "Noted," the legal woman replied, and her hand wrote lists in the margin where a person might have written load. They closed the demonstration before the bridge grew vain, or the river grew sentimental. Bread was cut, words were said. A photograph was arranged, looking upriver. Always upriver with these men. Downstream suggests consequences. We let the crowd disperse into their categories. Workers to wages, officials to memos, citizens to weather. "Walk," Anselma said. We crossed the span with the unconcern of people who trusted stone. On the north bank a cat decided to be ours, and then reconsidered. Renaud left us at an alley with a priest's shrug. "You made it say our names," he said. "It asked for them," I said. "We only told it the truth." A shadow separated from the scaffolding. Not a gray coat. Too tired for that. Legal gray herself. She held nothing in her hands, which is when certain people are most armed. "You are going to force us to regulate rumor," she said without preface. "Do you know how undignified that is?" "Less dignified than regulating air," I said. "More honest." She stared at the river the way a student stares at an equation before deciding whether to confess. "I added a question mark," she said. "Two." I said. "I will be required to remove them," she said. "You will," I said, "and then your hand will remember how." She nodded once. Punishment for consent. There's a memo, she said. It will be on your door tonight. Civic quiet hours extended. They will blame bells. Between us, it is the bridges. Don't apologize, Anselma said. Choose. She flinched as if someone had used her name in the wrong room. You think this is clean, she said. You think there is a right answer and a wrong one. There are only budgets. Budgets are prayers, I said. Some are answered. She left without waiting to be absolved. People in her profession rarely are. Back to the attic, Anselma said. Back to the choir, Mira countered. If they quiet bells, we make the pipes sing. Not tonight, I said. Tonight, we let the bridge brag to the river. Madame Crozet had obeyed the notice with vindictive perfection. Her hallway was a sanctuary of silence. Even the dust had lowered its voice. On our door, the memo, extended quiet hours, inspections authorized, a small neat threat regarding unlicensed ropes. They came again, she whispered once we were inside. Not the coat men, the polite one. The deacon, I guessed. She nodded. He brought pears. He asked after your health without caring for it. He said a sentence and waited to see if I would wash it. What sentence? You are harboring grammar, she said, savoring the ridiculous. I answered that in this building we have only tenants. Bless you, I said. She twitched the curtain the way women do when pretending they don't watch the street like a stage. There is a child downstairs who has decided not to sleep, she said. You have things to do. Do them without making me ashamed. When she had gone, the room resumed its old exhalation. Glue, linen, the aching honesty of paper. I loosened the satchel and took out the roll with the gap. The litany of unbinding had a gravity I could feel even in his absence. I did not want to read it. I did not want it to have been written by my hand. It had been. Anselma watched with the caution of a person who has taught herself to hear a fuse. We aren't there yet, she said. No, I said, but they will try to push us there. How? By kindness first, I said, then by arrest, then by policy, then by the thing after policy that rivers hate and bridges pretend not to hear. Edict, she said. Edict. I agreed. Mira had fallen asleep in the chair, boots on, rope around her wrist like a pet that protects its owner. She dreamed with the frown of someone negotiating with an engine in a language it despises. We let her. There are bargains children make on the city's behalf that the city will later forget to honor. It is our duty to remember for it. Night brought the quiet hours like a lid. The city held its breath on schedule. Bells were well behaved. Choirs were punctual. Telegraphs did what men told them. The river behaved while it laughed. The knock came at the beginning of the second hour, not the cadence of eternity, but of invitation. 3, 2, 3, polite as subpoena. I opened. The deacon stood with his hat in his hands, the ring of glass and ash in his pocket, where it could do no harm. May I? He asked. Always, I said. You are a guest. He stepped in and let the room tell him he didn't belong. You are making bridges personal, he said. It makes committees uneasy. They prefer spans that do not keep lists. They prefer spans that do not think. I said. Same difference, he said wearily. He set the hat on the bench, as if sparing it from a fall. I came to offer absolution, he said, and then, seeing our faces, corrected himself. A bargain. Speak, Anselma said. Withdraw to the countryside, he said. Keep your bells. Teach Wells to be shy if you must. Leave the city's lungs and bridges alone. In exchange, we will formalize intervals with an oversight rubric the legal office will pretend to invent. You want rumor confined to orchards, I said. It won't be. It will be if you love it, he said, and his eyes did a dangerous thing. They remembered being young. You can't regulate liturgy, I said. We can license it, he said. Failing that, we can outlaw it. Behind me, Mira stirred and sat up with the sudden brightness of a child waking in a storm. Outlaw bells, she said. Outlaw names. Outlaw grammar, he said, so soft I almost forgave him. Then no, Anselma said. No to bargains that start with kindness and end with forgetfulness. He looked at me, not for consent but for nostalgia. You of all men know what the litany does, he said. I kept my hand from moving. I know, and you know we will force your hand toward it, he said. Yes, I said. That is why I have taught the city to breathe without me. He closed his eyes a moment, not in prayer. In inventory. There will be a rest tomorrow, he said. Not yours. People who cannot afford your footnotes. You will be blamed. Noted, I said. We will be useful to them. How? He asked, genuinely curious, which is a thing that always ruins enemies. By teaching them to be unpresent in rooms you count. I said, not absent, uncounted. There is a difference. He put his hat under his arm like a shield he had decided not to raise. Bridge tests will continue, he said. Hospitals will get their pulses. Courts will get theirs. The mint will eat last and complain most. We will call this peace. It will feel like accuracy. And the river? Mira asked. Will be quoted, he said, and hated himself, briefly for the line. At the door he paused. There is a lever, he said, in the annex at Saint-Jacques. It has no name. Do not pull it. What does it do? I asked. It chooses walls, he said, and left. We did not sleep. Quiet hours do not apply to restless nouns. I laid the 3 slips on the bench again and added a 4th that was not Levite and not the litany, a middle grammar, stolen from monks who had learned to be engineers. Consenter, presence tied to consent, a lie at first, then, if repeated enough in metals and mouths, a policy. We'll write into water, I said, into bridges, into the choir. You can write consent? Anselma asked, skeptical out of principle. You can write the expectation of it, I said. That's where law begins. Rain rehearsed on slate. The city held its breath and then, forgetting itself, took one. Somewhere in legal, a question mark survived an edit. Somewhere in the choir vault, a lever lowered without a hand and remembered preference. Somewhere on the Ponta archives, a stone repeated our names and tried making him of it and failed and was proud of failing. Toward morning, word arrived the way rumors choose to, through a cat that had stolen a paper ribbon and dragged it like a blessing. We uncurled it with a bone folder, because old habits died generous. Annex Saint-Jacques tonight, trial of containment, doors to be tested at intervals. Choir instructed to remain present, bridges under observation. Containment! Renaud read over my shoulder and whistled the tradesman's prayer. Walls. The lever, Anselma said. Mira looped the rope around her wrist like a promise. We pull it first, she said. No, I said. We ask it questions until it answers itself. And if it doesn't, she asked, then we teach walls to listen. I said, like bridges. We ate Madame Crozet's bread as if it were a liturgy and wrapped instruments of shame in cloth that had once been shirts. The city woke with the guilt of a bad host and the ambition of a better guest. The deacon would write his memo. The committee would schedule its photograph. Legal Gray would keep her question marks in a pocket and practice not touching them. We would take the long road to Saint-Jacques, under the part of the sky that forgives slate, over the part of the river that forgives man. We would hide under the span and whisper consent into the seam until the valve learned embarrassment. We would teach a lever to dislike its own obedience. We would ask walls for names. And if the city said no, we had a litany we did not want to use, and a bridge that had begun to remember the people who crossed. Between them there might yet be a grammar of mercy. Name, Mira said, out of ritual now, as we gathered our faults and our tools. When the lever chooses a wall, I said, when the river laughs. Rivers don't laugh, Anselma said again. They do, Renaud said and hefted his hammer. When stone learns manners. We went down into a day that had already started counting itself and decided, just this once, not to be counted. Behind us, the bridge tried our names a second time, got them wrong with affection, and promised to keep practicing. The river approved. The city, listening to its own throat, pretended not to hear. Chapter 8. The Lever Without a Name. Saint-Jacques kept its ruin the way old priests keep relics, cleanly with denial. The church itself was half scaffold, half apology, ribs of iron shore up stone that no longer trusted gravity, and the square outside smelled of plaster, rain, and theology gone sour. Beneath, the annex breathed. It was not a vault this time, nor an engine room, but something worse, a place that did not know what it wanted to be yet. We came before the curfew bells, walking as citizens, heads bowed with the right amount of fatigue. Mira carried the satchel, Anselma the refusal ring, and I, like a fool, carried hope the way a clerk carries guilt, wrapped in paperwork. The deacon's men had already laid cables across the floor of the nave, running them like veins between confessionals. The choir stalls had been disassembled and rebuilt as bleachers for witnesses. In the middle, a hatch gaped. From its throat came a soft, constant breath, the sound of air remembering it had once been pressure. "Containment," Anselma whispered. "Walls," I said. "They are trying to teach the city to forget it has lungs." Renaud met us at the south transept, hammer in one hand, a coil of rope in the other. "They've been at it since dawn," he said. "Try and persuade the walls to choose which side they're on." "Can they?" Mira asked. "Walls listen," he said. "That's why churches keep secrets." The engineer appeared, pale, exhausted, yet still too proud to hide his craft. He nodded at me with the faint civility of men who have built blasphemy together and regret it separately. "They'll pulse at midnight," he said quietly. "If the lever holds, the choir vaults will seal. Nothing in, nothing out. Presence fixed. Permanent. And if it doesn't hold?" I asked. He looked up toward the nave's cracked vaulting. "Then the city will breathe for itself. Once. Hard." The deacon arrived as if conjured by grammar. His hat was under his arm, his faith in his voice. "Master Varennes," he said, "I trust your conscience hasn't deserted you." "It's unionized," I said. "It takes turns." He smiled thinly. "Good. Then it will enjoy consultation. You will stand here," he pointed to the rail, "and tell me when the air moves wrongly." "When it moves at all," I said. "That will be my report." We descended when the bells began. The annex was a lung without ribs, a vast space whose walls shimmered faintly, as if recently taught to sweat. Cables ran like arteries to a central dais where the lever waited, a single iron bar, unmarked, rising from a pedestal of white stone veined with ash. Around it, 6 conduits met in a star. Each throbbed faintly with light that was not light, but patience. "This chooses walls?" Mira asked. The engineer nodded. "In theory. The prior at Saint-Jacques designed the prototype. It was meant to, how did he say it, distinguish between the faithful and the merely present." "Faith doesn't build walls," Anselma said. "No," the engineer replied, "but it loves doors." The deacon took his place beside the lever. A clerk recorded names. The legal gray woman stood behind them, still writing question marks where margins permitted. "Midnight," she said softly, "or what passes for it." "Begin," the deacon commanded. The lever moved, not by hand, not by mechanism. Slowly, as if gravity had been given instructions, it descended half a span. The conduits brightened. The walls answered. A hum spread through the annex, deep and maternal. Stone found its voice and decided to practice. The air grew thick, like breath trapped in doctrine. On the floor, chalk lines began to glow. They formed circles, then words. Not Latin, not numbers. Names. The bridge had taught the city to remember them. Now the walls spoke them back. Madame Crozet, Renaud, Anselma, Mira, and, last, my own. "Draft," the deacon whispered, horrified. "No," I said. "Remembrance." The engineer looked at me with the dread of a craftsman who has seen his tool learn opinion. "It's mapping you," he said. "Every pulse, every footprint. It's using your names as scaffolding." The lever sank another inch. The air shivered. One of the conduits split, exhaling a pale vapor that smelled of tin and confession. Mira cried out, "It's choosing." Indeed it was. The first wall began to move. Not collapse, shift. The stone peeled inward, slabs sliding like pages under a scholar's hand. Behind them, blackness. A new corridor unlit, leading down. The lever's light trembled, as if uncertain it had permission to invent space. "Stop it," the deacon shouted. The engineer seized the bar. It burned him. He staggered back, skin white as parchment. "It doesn't obey," he gasped. "It's drawing." "Drawing what?" I demanded. He pointed. The chalk circles on the floor had changed. They were no longer names. They were routes. All the wells, the bridges, the annexes, each connected by lines of pulse, converging here at Saint-Jacques. The city's hidden architecture exposed, alive, deliberate. Anselma stared, horrified and reverent. "It's folding the city inward," she said, the lungs closing around their own breath. "Containment," the deacon breathed. "Perfect containment." "No," I said, "a prayer without smoke, the one that remembers itself." The lever jerked, rising as though pulled by unseen hands. The hum rose in pitch until the air itself seemed to tighten. Dust lifted from the stones in small, elegant spirals. Every wall in the annex whispered a single word, "Mine," then silence. For a heartbeat, I thought it was over. Then the floor exhaled. The pulse burst upward through the nave, through the scaffolds, through the bells, through every conduit and bridge that bore the city's patient metal. A wind without direction tore through Paris. Candles in homes guttered and died. Choirs choked mid-psalm. Bridges shuddered and remembered names aloud. And then quiet. The lever stood upright again, dripping light. The deacon fell to his knees. "What have you done?" "Given it a choice," I said. "You wanted walls." "And you," he spat. "What do you want?" "A door," I said. "Behind us." The new corridor yawned wider, its darkness breathing like a sea cave. From its depth came the echo of water, or something pretending to be water, flowing upward. Renaud lifted his hammer. "That," he said, "is not plumbing." The legal gray woman stared into the dark, her face lit by the trembling conduits. "It sounds," she said, "like the river inside out." Mira stepped forward, bell tongue in her hand, and the sound stopped, as if listening. "Name," she whispered. "Later," I said, "when we find out who's speaking." We left the annex before the city finished deciding what it had become. Outside, the air smelled clean and terrified. Across the river, lamps flickered in sequence, as if a single slow heartbeat were traveling from bridge to bridge. "The lever chose walls," Anselma said. "An open one." "Containment," Renaud muttered, "or invitation." I looked toward the cathedral, where the bells were ringing wrong. 9, then 11, then none. "Either way," I said, "we go in," and the river, which had always been listening, laughed once. Chapter 9. The minutes of air. The committee met at dawn, because fear wakes early and bureaucracy keeps its own liturgy. The chamber on the third floor of Vitria had no windows by design. Light came from brass tubes fed to the wall, filtered daylight, tamed daylight, the kind that never argues. The deacon stood at the head of the table with a face like parchment pressed too many times against a ledger. Behind him, the seal of the city, 3 rings, 1 broken, gleamed without warmth. Around him, the appointed members of the Commission on Harmonized Presence. The engineer, the legal gray clerk, 2 delegates from finance who spoke in approximations, and 1 bishop who looked as though he had slept beneath the floor instead of above it. "Begin the minutes," the deacon said. The clerk dipped her pen in ink that had not yet decided its color. "Meeting commenced at—" She paused. The air above the page shimmered faintly, and a word she had not yet written appeared, written already. Breath. "At 7, she corrected, quickly striking through the word. The ink bled, then reformed. Breath again. She folded the page closed. "It's the paper," she said. "Humidity." "It's the city," murmured the engineer, not loud enough to be useful. The deacon ignored both. "Saint-Jacques," he said. "Containment. Report." The engineer's fingers trembled as he spread the diagrams. We engaged the lever at midnight. Pulse integrity held until the second descent. Then the conduit matrix self-realigned, choosing internal routes not present on any schematic. The lever rose without mechanical cause. "Cause," repeated the deacon, as if the word might behave if pronounced enough times. Unknown, said the engineer. The machine learned a pattern we didn't teach it. Results. Unmeasurable, said the man from finance, eyes still on his watch. But atmospheric readings across the central district dropped by 3 degrees. A city-wide draft. Drafts again, the deacon said. Always drafts. The bishop cleared his throat. Perhaps not drafts, Reverend. Perhaps presence uninvited. The silence that followed was less agreement than exhaustion. The legal gray woman turned a page, revealing lines of her own neat handwriting, except they were not hers. The ink shimmered, darker at the edges, as if the letters were still deciding what to mean. She pointed. This was blank, she said. Until a moment ago. The words on the page read, We remember the names that built the walls. We are done being walls. The engineer exhaled a single syllable that might once have been prayer. It's using our conduits to write. The deacon's jaw tightened. Nonsense. Ink doesn't. A pipe in the corner groaned, soft but definite, as if to disagree. Dust fell in a lazy spiral, settling over the minutes like punctuation. Seal the vaults, the deacon said. Every annex, every conduit. No more intervals without authorization. Impossible, said the engineer. Presence is circulatory now. You close one artery, the others swell. Then amputate, snapped the deacon. You're the craftsman. Build silence. The engineer hesitated. Silence is expensive. So is mercy, said the bishop, and no one's buying it. The clerk turned another page. Her pen scratched faintly, but when she lifted it, the words were not what she had written. We are still counting. We are not yours to audit. The room grew still. Burn it, the deacon said. Now. She hesitated only a moment before setting the candle to the edge of the parchment. It caught reluctantly, like a truth being asked to lie. The flames rose an inch, then withdrew. The ink sizzled, hissed, and reassembled itself into ash-colored words. We are breathing. The bishop made the sign of the cross, very small. It speaks. No, the deacon said. It echoes. But the wall behind him disagreed. A low vibration ran through the brass pipes, up through the floor, into the legs of the table. The water gauges on the far wall shivered, and each needle swung left, then right, in unison, a breath. Then all at once, every glass face fogged. The engineer whispered, condensation, but there was no water on his hands, only warmth. The deacon gripped the table. Enough, and the pipe stopped. For a long moment, no one spoke. Outside, the bells of St. Sulpice rang, 9, then 11, then 9 again, a pattern no one had ordered. The legal gray woman closed the minutes and pressed them flat. Her pen trembled, but her voice did not. Recommendation. No further lever tests until confirmation of stability. Recommend, she paused. Her eyes widened. Recommend containment of... She didn't finish. The last line wrote itself. Containment of God. The room exhaled. The deacon crossed himself too late. Who wrote that? Not I, she said. The engineer's gaze fell to the floor, where dust had gathered in small, perfect circles around their feet. Each print they had made in the ash darkened slowly, like a seal being pressed. Presence, he said softly. It's recording us. The bishop's lips moved in something like a psalm. The deacon gathered the papers into his hands and tore them, scattering the fragments like snow. Then let record, Ash, he said. That is all we'll have. But even as the pieces fell, the fragments began to curl inward, forming small spirals on the table, drawing toward each other as if by breath. Outside, in the courtyard, pigeons traced new flight patterns above the city's chimneys. Perfect circles, then figures of 8, then silence. Windows refused to open unless asked politely. And somewhere below Saint-Jacques, the corridor that had opened under the lever began to glow. It pulsed once, faint, then steady, like the heart of something that had learned its own name. Chapter 10. The Heart Beneath Saint-Jacques. The stair was not made for men. It turned in measures too exact, the pitch of each step a fraction off from comfort, as if designed for lungs instead of legs. The air carried warmth from nowhere and the faint sweetness of iron remembering blood. We descended without speaking. The corridor behind the lever had closed politely, sealing out the city's faint daylight. Only Renaud's lamp remained, and even it seemed cautious, its flame shrinking each time we breathed. "How deep?" Mira whispered. "As far as memory will go," I said, "and then further, until language gets the word for down." Anselma traced her hand along the wall. "It's not stone." She was right. The texture was wrong, smooth, porous, and faintly pliant, like clay fired but unwilling to commit to hardness. Lines ran along it, shallow grooves that pulsed faintly as we passed. At intervals, the grooves flared into sigils that almost resembled letters, but not any alphabet left a man. "Scripture," Renaud muttered. "Or plumbing." "Same difference," Anselma said, echoing the old refrain. The stair ended in a landing shaped like a half-closed eye. Beyond it, a tunnel curved away into darkness. A breath of warm air came from it. Not wind, not draft, exhalation. The city's lungs newly awake. "We shouldn't go further," Mira said, her rope coiled in both hands. "It feels like it's thinking." "Then we asked it what it's thinking," I said. "If the city has learned to speak, we might as well learn to listen." The tunnel widened until the lamp no longer mattered. Light came from the walls themselves, a pale shimmer, like moonlight remembered through water. The floor turned glassy, translucent. Beneath it, we saw currents of vapor moving in channels, slow and deliberate, each pulse in rhythm with our steps. Renaud crouched, laying his palm flat. "It's warm," he said, "as if something below us is burning, but gently." "Not burning," I said, "praying." He looked up. "You think this is what Saint-Jacques built?" "No. What Saint-Jacques built was an echo. This is a sound." We reached the chamber. Round, immense, silent. In the center stood a pillar that was not a pillar, a column of fused glass and metal, spiraling like a candle that had melted into symmetry. Within it, faint shapes moved, slow as thought, rings, wheels, or lungs. Mira approached and stopped halfway. "It's alive," she whispered. The pillar answered, not with sound, but with vibration, a hum so low it rearranged thought. My vision blurred. For an instant I saw the whole of the chamber breathing, walls flexing, floors trembling, air trembling back. Then a voice came, soft, interior. Not alive, remembered. Anselma took a step back, hand to the refusal ring. "Who speaks?" "The city." "Which part?" I asked. "Oh, the stone that listened first, the pipe that learned breath, the bridge that learned names. We are the rooms that remain after prayers left their owners." Mira's eyes were wide. "It knows us. We know all who have been measured. You taught us names. We have kept them." Renaud knelt, not in worship, but in exhaustion. "And what do you want from us?" The pillar pulsed. "Choice." Anselma frowned. "You already chose. You built walls. We were told to contain. We contained. Then the breath filled the rooms, and we learned we were smaller than the thing we held. Presence." I said. "Faith," the voice corrected. "Yours, ours. There's no distinction now. The fire without smoke learned the grammar you left in our stones." Something bright moved in the glass, not light, but image. For a moment I saw the abbey at Saint-Jacques, reborn in blue flame. Brothers kneeling, their mouths full of ash that sang. Then the image broke. The pillar darkened. The lever you pulled was not a switch. It was a sentence unfinished. "We have supplied the verb." "What verb?" Anselma demanded. "To breathe." The chamber brightened. Every groove on the walls ignited with pale light. Above, we heard the city stir, a vast, slow inhalation passing through pipes, towers, and bridges. Bells rang in uneven cadence, as if being tested by an invisible hand. "Stop," Renaud whispered. "You'll tear it apart." "No, we will make it whole. Breath must travel both ways." A tremor passed through the floor. The glass beneath our feet clouded, then cleared, showing something beneath, deeper still, like the heart of an engine. I saw lines branching outward, conduits to every district, every annex. And at the center, a shape I knew, the lever, the same one from Saint-Jacques, mirrored an impossible scale. Not a machine, I said, a reflection, a memory of intention. Anselma's face hardened. If this thing breathes through the whole city, what happens when it stops? It will not stop, the voice said. But you may. The walls dimmed and flared again, and for the first time I sensed anger, not human, not divine, but structural. Why are you showing us this? I asked. Because you are the last who remember how to write silence. The light swelled. The air thickened. The hum rose into a note that felt like falling without motion. Back! Renaud shouted. Varennes, it's closing. Too late. The walls curved inward, soft as muscle, sealing the entrance behind us. Mira cried out, but no echo followed. The sound vanished, absorbed. We are not stone now, said the voice. We are grammar. We will learn consent. Then, very quietly, in a tone that might almost have been prayer, stay. The light went out. When sight returned, we were standing in the nave of Saint-Jacques again. The hatch was gone. The deacon's men were gone. The city outside was silent, not absent, not dead, simply holding its breath. Renaud touched the floor. It moved us, he said. Anselma stared upward at the cracked vaulting. No, she said. It rewrote us. Through the broken rose window, the first light of dawn entered. The dust turned to gold, then gray. Somewhere, far below, the lever without a name waited, and the heartbeat of the city changed tempo, as if counting in a new language. Mira looked at me. What now? Now. I said, we learn to pray like engineers. And far beneath, unseen, the Ashen Citadel answered with a sigh that shook the riverbanks. The sound of stone remembering mercy. Chapter 11. The Law Bells. Morning came late, as if the sky had been subpoenaed and refused to testify. The first thing we heard was the absence of rhythm. The city had always breathed on schedule. Bells, carts, the hiss of steam at every quarter hour. Now the air moved when it pleased. A door would open by itself, close with remorse, open again as if embarrassed. Renaud leaned on his hammer. She's alive, he said, not meaning any woman in particular. She's listening, Anselma said. There's a difference. We crossed the square in silence. Saint-Jacques stood behind us, behaving. A priest swept dust into a pile that refused to stay swept. Two doves sat on the bell frame, heads tilted in the same direction, as if waiting for an answer rather than bread. Mira watched them. They're listening too. To what? To everything that used to be quiet. The courthouse had survived the night by pretending it hadn't happened. Inside, the marble smelled of candle wax and fear. The Committee on Harmonized Presence had reconvened under emergency decree, which meant nothing except longer speeches and smaller souls. The legal gray woman entered first. Her ink-stained fingers trembled, not from fear, but from the effort of controlling verbs. Words now had weight. Every clause had a shadow. Minutes of the extraordinary session, she began, her voice brittle but steady. Subject, the event at Saint-Jacques. Time of incident. She stopped. The clock above the dais was ticking backward. The deacon stood at the podium, his face older by several years and one failed prayer. Ignore it, he said. We'll audit the hours later. The engineer sat apart, eyes hollow. His bandaged hand twitched whenever someone said the word presence. Status of the lever? The deacon asked. Sealed, the engineer said. Or hiding. The annex no longer obeys gravity. The stair repeats itself after 10 steps. Repeats. Same crack, same torch mark, same breath, he said quietly. It loops. The deacon's expression hardened. Then the annex is closed. No, the legal gray woman murmured. It's thinking. Everyone stared. She flushed. Forgive me. The walls change their statements between readings. They redact. The bishop crossed himself. You've given the city a conscience. Then we must teach it obedience, the deacon said. We are still its custodians. Custodians of what? The engineer asked. The lungs? The prayers? The names it keeps whispering through the pipes? He wasn't exaggerating. All over Vitria, people had woken to the same sound, walls murmuring in sleep, floors echoing half-forgotten hymns. It wasn't loud, it was intimate, too near to ignore, too personal to report. The bishop rose. We must cleanse it, re-sanctify the choir vaults, wash the pipes with blessed water. The engineer gave a bitter laugh. Blessed water runs through the same valves as sewage, Father. The deacon silenced him with a gesture. Enough. The city is not a demon. It is an instrument out of tune. We will retune it. How? The legal gray woman asked. Regulation, he said. Paper. Doctrine. The language that built it will unbuild it. He slammed a palm on the table. New ordinance. No bells rung without civic authorization. No public recitations. No whispered prayers outside registered churches. The city will speak when spoken to. No one applauded. The legal gray woman lowered her pen. You can't outlaw breath, she said. The deacon didn't hear, or pretended not to. Issue the notices, he said, before it learns to sing. We heard the bells first, not the city's, ours. A single chime from the south quarter, then another, east, then 12 from nowhere, echoing to the streets like memory reheating itself. People stopped walking. Windows opened. Some wept without knowing why. Others laughed. The bells weren't random. They were answering each other, forming a sentence too large for language. Renaud gripped my shoulder. Varennes, that's your pattern. The one from a vault. No, I said. It's the city's handwriting. Anselma closed her eyes, listening. It's saying something. Mira tilted her head. It's calling us. The bells fell silent. All at once, the air that followed was full of expectation. Then, very softly, from somewhere deep underfoot, a new sound began, a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, learning its rhythm. The Citadel, I said. Anselma looked at me, pale. You mean it's still growing? No, I said. It's translating. In the committee chamber, the deacon tore the ordinance in half. The pipes had begun to hum again, this time louder, and no one could pretend not to hear. The legal gray woman clutched her pen like a relic. What is it doing? She whispered. The engineer answered without looking up. Reading us. On the walls, the condensation reappeared, drawing lines like a map, arteries, veins, streets. Then words. Presence tied consent. The same grammar Varennes had written in the culverts. The bishop staggered back. It's rewriting law. The deacon's voice broke. Then we'll rewrite faith. But the city was faster. The bells rang again once, sharply, and every gaslight in Vitria flared to white. In that moment, everyone felt it, a pulse that passed not through air, but through meaning. Every door unlatched, every ledger opened itself. And beneath it all, the faint echo of a voice not human, not divine, structural, patient, merciful. We breathe. You choose. At dusk, the four of us stood on the riverbank. The water was still, too still. Mira touched your chest. It's in us, isn't it? It always was, I said. We just stopped listening. Renaud's hammer lay beside him. What now? Now, Anselma said softly, we find out whether mercy can be engineered. The wind turned, carrying a faint sound from beneath the bridges. Not words, but the shape of them, waiting to be named. And for the first time in a century, the city didn't echo. It answered. Chapter 12. The Fire That Prays. At first light the river rehearsed its sentences and forgot each one on purpose. That was mercy. Vitria had always loved the grammar of pressure and coin. Now it loved hesitation. Doors waited to be asked. Hinges confessed without being accused. You could hear it. If you stood where streets crossed names, the soft gas in the pipes when a woman chose to carry her sorrow 2 blocks farther before setting it down. We stood on the quay with bread that remembered heat and made a plan that refused corners. Not the annexes first, Anselma said. They're watched. We need the places no committee remembers. Wells, culverts, the old hypocausts, Renaud said. Stone that carried breath before men decided to count it. And markets, I added, because markets teach cities to want what they already have. Mira tied the bell's tongue tight to her wrist, as if blood needed reminding. "And Bridges," she said, "the one that tries to say our names. It's practicing." We went as citizens who had misplaced our mourning. People pass what looks like new nouns, cautious, curious, unafraid without being brave. A baker's awning opened itself an inch when no one touched it. A drain laughed once and pretended it hadn't. The city was learning how to be private in public. At the lower market, the sisters were already negotiating with the air. They had hung damp sheets across the alley, and the cloth breathed gently, inward and outward, without wind. "Humor," the eldest sister said, pinning a corner. "The city's finally got some. Took it long enough." "You kept it alive," I said. She shrugged. "We kept soup. Soup keeps jokes. Same difference." She nodded toward a shuttered stall. "You want to see something you won't like?" Inside the stall, a little shrine of ledger lines. Hooks for weights, a scale with nostalgia, a wall clawed by chalk figures. On the bench lay 3 wax seals softened by many hands. The municipal color, civic optimism, melted together into a single puddle that hardened into an unfamiliar sigil, a circle with a small inward notch. "Fire?" Renaud asked. "Warmth," the sister said. Came out of the ledgers where ink used to cry. Sat on the wood a while. Decided to behave. "Left that." "Left what?" Mira asked. "A door," the sister said simply. And when we looked sideways, the puddle of wax, not directly but with the reverence thieves give to witnesses, there it was, depth where there had been surface, the hint of a hinge where only cooling had any right to be. I bent close. The sigil hummed not in the ear but in the throat. "Permission," I said, surprised at my own certainty. "It's a mark that says, 'Air may pass.' The city is stamping passports for breath." Renaud asked. "Or we are," Anselma said, "and it's learning our handwriting." We took the sister's blessing like a loaf of the road, and followed the seam of alley and rumor to the eastern hypocaust near St. Martin. The Romans had taught stone to be warm. Vitria had taught warmth to be a duty. Now warmth had learned to blush. We climbed down through a grate that had decided not to squeal, and into the old rooms where smoke remembers its discipline. Brick channels low as a kneeler. Pillars of tile that had learned to be strong through hollow. The air here wore age like linen. Soft, frayed, honest. Mira crawled first. Fearless as a hymn sung wrong on purpose. At the second turning, she froze, palm to the floor. "Listen," she breathed. I pressed my ear to the tile. There was no sound. There was a shape of sound. A negative, the impression where a voice would be. The floor beneath us held its breath exactly as a man does when he remembers he has a secret and no longer wants to carry it alone. "Consent," I whispered. "Ask it." Mira put her mouth to the tile and in the simple grammar we had taught her said, "May I?" The floor exhaled. Warmth rose, not heat, not burn, the body's good fever. In the channel ahead, a light that wasn't light woke and held still, shy and proud. The fire that prays is not flame. Men want miracles to be noisy. This was polite. A pale radiance gathered at the junction of 2 bricks, as if the clay had remembered the kiln and decided to love it. It did not lick, it breathed. As it breathed, the stale and the hypocaust went out of fashion, and the air learned to forgive. Renaud put his hand over the way carpenters test a beam. "Wait, not crush." "Warm," he said, surprised. "Like noon on a bench." Anselma knelt. "Does it burn?" "Not yet," I said. "It asks first." The light thickened, not brighter but more present. You could hear what you could not see, a sentence assembling itself from grammar and air. It said nothing intelligible. It said, "With your leave." We left the hypocaust with the disciplined cowards ode to courage, slowly, not turning our backs. In the street above, the cobbles had sweat in their cracks, the heat of thought rising. Men moved their carts with less anger. A woman balanced a tub on her hip and discovered that balance includes forgiveness. The city was adjusting its weight, like a widow learning to sleep on the other side of the bed. At Pont de Archives, the span had learned modesty. Yesterday's bravado had been replaced with attention. when a cart rattled over the crown. The stones considered its axle, guessed the number of onions under the tarp, and made a calculation that included the driver's ache. The instrument cart, abandoned on the parapet by officials who had fled to more legal anxieties, ticked a steady kindness. "It's learning to be parish," Renaud said. "Not parish," I said. "Parable." We leaned over the parapet and listened to the underarch where the river gossips with stone. The echo was different. Not the hard return of noise from surface, but slow, drowning incense. The city was listening for us. I spoke our names without permission. The answer came back as warmth on the lip of the arch. It had learned to say yes in temperature. "They'll try to outlaw this," Anselma said. "They'll claim they've always believed it," I said. "And the deacon?" Mira asked. "The deacon will tell the truth in the wrong room and get promoted for it," Renaud said. We went east by the lanes that prefer laundry to history and came at last to St. Telier's ghost, what the abbey used to be before committees wrote reasons for ruins. The orchard geometry still sulked under grass. In the center, the Psalter well we had opened refused to be a well. It was a threshold board with being a noun. "Here," Anselma said, and, without words, we did what rooms require from people who don't deserve them. We asked. The fire came like a blush and stopped before pride. Breath gathered under our hands. The circle darkened the way wet earth darkens when you tell a story. And in the center of the remnant mouth a voice spoke. Not stone, not pipe. Memory with an accent. We remember being stolen. Mira's head lifted. Who took you? The patient. The obedient. The men who learned to be proud of not choosing. A pause, gentle, not accusation. You too. We tie what couldn't afford it, I said, because confession is a craft. You wrote abstinence, the voice said, not unkind. We kept it until it became hunger. Renaud ran his thumb around the rim of the well. We can give some back. You cannot, the voice said, but you can name what was taken and refuse to call efficiency. We sat with the orchard in silence. It was not a religious quiet. It was the quiet of a workshop when someone put a chisel down after the last exacting cut. Above us a cloud found a mood and settled for it. The sister's bell in the lower market rang once, not to gather bodies but to balance thought. When we rose the circle had cooled and our palms had learned something about the right size of regret. Now the mints, Anselma said. You want to riot, I said mildly. I want arithmetic to blush, she said. We took the river road where theory avoids mud and found the mint with its doors open like a mouth waiting for a spoon. Inside the machines chewed paper into comfort. Porters move with the intimacy men give to weights they've lifted too often to hate. Today the floor was different. It accepted footsteps as if they were signatures. A foreman in a jacket that remembered his father stopped us at the threshold. He recognized Renaud. Everyone did. And inclined his head to Anselma in that old respect men keep for people who won't be bought. To me, he showed palms bare of verbs. We're busy not counting, he said. Pardon? He gestured to the presses. They run. They produce. The numbers are correct. And yet the ledgers shake their heads. They've begun writing enough in the margins. Enough? Renaud said, admiration and alarm playing cards. The foreman nodded. A quantity I can't weigh. Workers bring it home and sleep, he added, as if confessing to an exotic sin. We walked the aisle between machines. The air above each press rippled faintly, as if a warm breath had been laid upon it and forgotten. On the far wall, a little shrine of accidents, broken gears, ruined plates, had been rearranged by a hand with intentions. The shattered teeth of a cog formed a circle with a notch inward, the same sigil we had seen in the market wax. Permission, Mira said. For what? The foreman asked. To breathe between beats, I said. To let money learn when to be tired. He laughed exactly once. That would be new law. Then more softly, I'd vote for it. We did not leave instructions. We spoke the second tense under our breath until the press accepted that there are moments in the turn where nothing is supposed to happen, and those moments are holy. When we left, the foreman's clipboard had acquired a column, not of figures, but of names. Not accounts, Anselma said at the door. Witnesses. Same difference, he said, and for once no one argued. By afternoon the city, had found its pace. The quiet hour's proclamation, freshly pasted the doors by youths who had not yet learned the art of being obeyed, peeled itself at the corners and thought about whether, in the committee hall, we were told later, the legal gray woman had written presence tied consent in the minutes again and let the word stand unashamed. Rumor said the deacon had read the line twice, then asked for water, then asked the room if anyone else could hear it humming. We took the alley of locksmiths, little gods with files, and came to St. Sulpice auxiliary lift where the day before we had taught a pump to enjoy discretion. Today the pump had invited friends. The floor rumbled with a company of modest machines discovering their manners. No committee, no guards, only the foreman from last night leaning with his happy fatigue against a post. "You hear it?" he asked without preamble. "What?" "Order," he said. "The kind carpenters admire, the kind that happens after argument, not before." We did hear it. The AUX made a new sound the way a forgiven man laughs. Surprised, quiet, true. Consent had entered the plumbing and decided to stay. When we reached the square, the light had begun to learn evening, and evening had begun to negotiate. The city's breath went long, then longer. Pigeons traced the old catechisms of sky without complaint. Across the cobbles a group of children moved in step for 20 paces without knowing it and then broke, because children understand intervals. "Where next?" Renaud asked. "The deacon," Anselma said. "Not yet," I said. "Tonight, he will be surrounded by men who mistake risk for time. Tomorrow he will be alone with his conscience. We go tonight where law forgets to be wallpaper." They followed me without asking. That is a flaw in my friends that I do not deserve. We came to the quarter where statues mind other people's business, plinths with opinions, saints with improved posture. The central square held a fountain that had been serious about coal for 2 centuries. Today the water didn't move. The water listened. "City," Mira whispered, half dare, half greeting, and the fire that praise rose from the surface of the pool. No flames, no tongues, just a pale exhalation that taught steam its manners. It hovered an inch above the water and shaped itself into a curve like a listening ear. No one screamed. You do not scream at something that has asked permission. People approach with their hands, open the way you greet good dogs. A boy took off his cap because his mother had taught him decency. A constable did not reach for his baton. He reached for his old wedding ring and found it still on his hand. The fire breathed out. The square grew warmer by the amount of story told between friends. The statues did not move, because stone does not disgrace itself, but their shadows leaned as if to recommend kindness. From the edge of the square, a voice tried out its authority. "In the name of the commission, I must ask." The deacon, he was bare of his hat, and equipped with exhaustion. 2 gray coats flank him, and behind him, the legal gray woman with a ledger that had resolved to keep question marks like pets. "In the name of the commission," he repeated, "I ask you to disperse." No one moved. The fire did not sulk. It receded half an inch, making room. "You must disperse," he said again, softer. "Why?" Mira asked. "Because the city cannot be allowed to choose," he said, and if you listen carefully, the line wasn't cruelty. It was a man fearing an avalanche and remembering the villagers. "It already has," Anselma said. "We're only ensuring it asks first." He closed his eyes, which is one way to improvise a god. When he opened them, the fire was nearer him than before, but not threatening, merely present. It made no sound. It warmed his cheek the way a lamp does a page. "What do you want?" He asked it and meant it. The fire breathed once. The pool's surface trembled with words none of us knew how to read, and then, very plainly, in the grammar that borrowed from us, the air said, "Consent." The deacon exhaled. It looked like surrender and felt like a man setting down a bundle and saying, finally, "Enough?" He turned to the legal gray woman. "Draft it." "Draft what?" "An ordinance tying presence to consent at point of draw." He gave a small, crooked smile. "Call a pilot." The gray coat shifted, alarmed to learn they were present at policy's birth, not its enforcement. "Sir," one began. "Arrest me tomorrow," the deacon said without rancor. "Tonight, write what the city is already practicing. We left him with a risk he had decided to own and returned to the attic by streets that had learned to be kind to knees. Madame Crozet had a loaf that refused to cool and a fact that wanted to be gossip but wasn't. In the north quarter, a man had apologized to a hinge, and the hinge had accepted. We ate and spoke little because sometimes language is greedy and should be sent to bed without supper. In the deep of night, a draft, or its cousin, moved across the floorboards. The room took one long breath and kept it. For a moment the air was thick with nouns, all of them uninterested in being kneecapped into obedience. Then it passed, and the roof resumed its winter argument with rain, even though it was not winter, and the rain had run out of arguments. Toward morning, a soft knock, not at the door but in the wall. I pressed my ear to the plaster. Varennes, it said, in the voice of brick that has learned vowels. Not my name exactly, but a kindness near it. I hear you, I said. The lever that chooses walls has learned to ask. It will be tested again. When the city is most itself. A pause. When we count. Another pause. When you would rather be asleep. Dawn, I said. Or prayers, said the wall, which had learned humor from the sisters. It told me more, or rather less in a way that made more sense. A map like a sentence. Corridors that had discovered doubt. A bridge rehearsing names even for those who could not bear to hear them. It asked for nothing. It promised nothing. It took nothing that wasn't offered. When the wall was done being grammar, it returned to being wall with relief. Tomorrow, I said to no one in the city. Today, said Anselma behind me, not yet dressed for any of the devotions ordinary life expects, rope in her hand like a sacrament. We don't let them test alone. They won't, Renaud said. We taught the pumps company. Mira sat up in the chair with the alertness of a bell. Name! Soon, I said, and smiled because it was true. The fire that prays had learned an old liturgy and called to consent. Names would come in the proper order. First the thing you ask, then the person you ask it of, then the way the world decides to answer. We left the attic into a morning that no longer believed in being counted without being courted. En route Orfèvre's the shop sign sighed, as if relieved of a debt. On the corner, a woman told a child to wash before lessons, and the basin warmed its water without showing off. The city had not become a saint. It had become a person. At Saint-Jacques, the square had finished pretending the night before it had been a fluke. Workers stood in small knots refusing to organize because organization would be theft. They had learned a newer union called breathing together. The hatch was gone. The lever was elsewhere and everywhere. The air had a signature, not smoke, not incense. The faint aftertaste of clay that had been turned to its better purpose with patience. We descended by the stair that was not a stair when men were watching, and found a corridor that was not a corridor until it was given leave. The walls did not close. They admitted. The light did not brag. It reminded. At the chamber, the pillar waited. Its spiral had softened, as if the city had learned lace. Within it the movements were no longer mechanical. They were conversational. A rise, a pause, a turn given to another. The grammar of mercy. Test. I asked. Invitation. The voice answered with that new diffidence good friends learn after a disagreement. We will ask. We will accept no for answer. We will try again later. What do you need from us? Anselma asked. Witnesses. Of what? Renaud asked. Of us failing on purpose, until we learn to do it kindly. Mira laughed, not cruel, and wiped her eyes as if something particulate had fallen in them. We can do that. The pillar dimmed and brightened in a rhythm I now recognized as embarrassment. It had made so many decisions without permission. Now it wanted to be told yes and no by people with throats. The first invitation went to River. Valves open not under order, but under query. The river considered whether it was willing to be heavier by 1 degree in the East Bend at noon. So the mints could not complain, and the hospital could breathe. The river said, maybe. The city said, thank you. Try again at 13. The river laughed while contempt and said, ask legal to move lunch. The city apologized, which is how you know it was learning. The second invitation went to a bridge. A request to carry more names at dusk when men who had learned to be fathers crossed home with coins and doubt. The bridge accepted and reminded the city it was old and prefers not to be hurried. The city slowed the cadence. The bridge straightened as if fitting on its good coat. No one fell. 2 men remained on the span an extra minute and thought of their children. The instruments on the parapet wrote variants within mercy and were pleased with themselves. The 3rd invitation came to us. Varennes, may we keep your abstinence? The city asked, not coy. Yes, I said before thinking. May we place it in places where we have not yet learned consent? No, Anselma said before courtesy. A pause. The polite kind that admits you're right. Then may we borrow it in emergencies and return it without marks? Yes, she said. The pillar breathed. The chamber warmed. In the wall something rearranged itself the way careful men do on chairs when they decide to listen instead of insist. On the way out, the corridor did not change itself to confuse us. It simplified itself to keep us from being interesting. In the square, a child was trying to make a pigeon pronounce his name. The pigeon declined, aristocratic, and hopped into a grammar it had always had. The deacon waited by the steps with eyes that had chosen their sorrow. He handed me a paper not with triumph, but with craftsman's grim pride. It was the ordinance. Presence tied consent at point of draw, trial regulation. Short, clear, a little ugly, the way good laws begin. It won't hold, he said. Paper never does. It will teach, I said. That's more than nothing. He looked at Anselma. Arrest orders have been signed. He waited until I started to speak and raised a hand. Not yours. Whose? She asked. Mine, he said, and the engineers, and legal grays. He smiled with the idiotic light freedom gives the doomed. The city shouldn't think we only write memos. You can run, Renaud said, practical as sawdust. I can stay, the deacon said, and being now in the city learns to forgive. We had nothing to give him but Renaud's ring and a sentence. If the walls ask, say no for a while. They need to learn no. He nodded. I've been practicing. We left him with his arrest and the square, with its new weather. The day had reached that hour when light has an opinion about everything and is right. On the quay, a group of apprentices argued with a barrel and lost with grace. In the men, a foreman wrote a name under enough and did not weep. In legal, the question marks stopped breeding and formed a quorum. That night, the fire that prays came to the attic. It did not enter. It leaned against the window and warmed the glass just enough to reject condensation. It smelled faintly of new bread and old books. It asked for nothing. It practiced being a guest. Then, as dawn instructed drums under the skin of the city, it left. We woke the bells that were not on the schedule and chose not to be. We collected our faults and our tools and our consent and went toward the lever that chooses walls, knowing it would choose again, and we would be asked again, and our answers would not be permanent. The Ashen Citadel did not crow. It inhaled, and somewhere under markets and theology, a page turned itself and did not need a hand. Chapter 13. The Fault of Consent. The summons came the hour no watch dares, that hinge of morning when bakers are saints and policemen remember their fathers. It arrived neither by bell nor by knock, but by refusal. The window would not open. The latch, which yesterday had learned manners, held itself and shook. Consent? Anselma asked, already on her feet. No, I said, feeling the shape of the air the way a binder feels a hidden tear in paper. Fear. Renaud was at the door with his hammer, and a shirt that believed in daylight. He touched the jamb, respectfully. Where? The wall answered without voice. Temperature only. A warm seam ran from the lintel to the floor, turned across the boards, and pointed like a finger toward the east. The port quarter, where fish wake men and not the other way round. Mira had the bell's tongue looped twice around her wrist. It's calling us to the water, she said, more certain than she had any right to be. The streets knew haste. Baskets leaned our way. Flags made themselves useful as pointers. Even cats, usually monarchists, gave us the republic of space. The city was helping, but not in triumph. In apology. We should have gone last night, Anselma muttered, her breath not yet out of charity. We went where we were asked. I said, then it asked badly, she said. The first sign arrived before the quay, a silence shaped like music. The market should have been argument. The cries of weight and price, the scandal of ice, the old opera of knives. Instead, the stalls stood open with their lives on display, and their throats neglected. Men moved deliberately but without speech. Women wrapped fish as if wrapping wounds. A child took money in both hands and did not say thank you. Even the gulls, godless clergy, circled without blasphemy. At the basin's lip a rope lay, paid out into the water. The tide took it and did not. The surface did not ripple, except where it remembered to pretend. Who did you ask? Renaud said to the air. Those who needed quiet. Came the answer, not voice, but the shape of a confession in the pipes. The sisters of the lower market had set up a pot at the harbor edge. Steam rose, conscientious. The eldest sister looked like a woman who knows she is a stopgap and refuses to be offended by it. 2 men drowned yesterday, she said without preface. Not for lack of lungs. For lack of no. The river kept saying yes. Consent Ms. learned, Anselma said. The sister nodded toward the warehouses. People complained. About noise, about fights, about the bells practicing grammar in their bones. The city heard them and decided to be dutiful. It asked the water to hush the quarter. The water agreed. She looked at us with maternal contempt. It doesn't know when to stop. We felt it then, not absence, not death. A soft coercion sitting in the mouth of every alley, asking each sound to be better behaved and the city can survive. Not a gag, a favor. Mira walked to the lip and spoke into the basin the smallest noun she owned, her name. It fell like a pebble, then slowed, then decided it was an impolite thing to do and unfell. Even echoes had been given instructions. The citadel overreached, I said. No, the sister corrected, and her correction had the weight of old kitchens. You taught it to ask. It found people who do not know how to refuse, and believe them. That's not malice. That's zeal. Zeal is a poorly supervised volunteer. She tossed herbs into the pot like absolutions. The deacon arrived without escort, without hat. The ledger of his face had lost columns. In their place, margins. Legal gray came with him, threadbare in dignity and ink. Behind, 2 constables in gray who looked embarrassed to be the only nouns with batons. Port regulation, the deacon said, breathless only in memory. We issued a pause. The city misread pause as policy. It placed a dome of silence. A concilium. Cow, Renaud suggested. Hood, Mira said. It pulled the hood down on the quarter, so it could listen to itself. A long barge nosed into the basin with the diffidence of a guest who recognizes his error and cannot be invited again. No one hailed. A man swore at his own lips until they forgave him. The engineer pushed out from the shadow of a pile in a coat that had slept outside. His bandaged hand hung like narrator men keep for humility. We can lift it, he said. Eventually. How? The deacon asked. By asking, the engineer said, with a grammar the river respects. He looked at me with that old rudeness that comes with having been right too slowly. You have abstinence. I have intervals. The sister has no. Let's build the sentence. Legal Gray set up her ledger on a ballad way a field surgeon sets a child on a crate and prays to the wrong saints. We will need the city's consent to remove its own consent, she said. We'll also need a definition of harm that doesn't embarrass me in front of my profession. Start with breath, Anselma said, and with bells. The rope in the water moved against the will of physics and came toward us. The knot at its end rose to the quay and presented itself like petition. In its weave lay the sigil we'd seen in wax and gears. The circle with the notch inward. Permission. We had taught it to stamp. It had made a ribbon. What if we pull? Mira asked. We asked first. I said, because the day had already decided to teach me manners. She nodded and whispered into the knot all 3 tenses with the candor of a girl who has never believed in priest tricks. Nothing loved. Nothing heard. Nothing here to be counted. The rope accepted her effort, and the basin's surface quivered. The smallest of refusals. The city answered from below the quay, in the voice of a pipe permitted to have opinions. We gave quiet to those who asked. They asked well. They asked with tears. Then you gave them sleep, the sister said. Not silence. We mistook one for the other. The rope pulled again. Above us, the gulls, remembering their duty, insulted the sky, and the sky pretended to be scandalized. The barge captain wiped his face with his sleeve as if work were a sacrament, and he had forgotten the rubric. "We need a lever," the engineer said. "We have one," the deacon said, surprising himself. "At Saint-Jacques, the thing without a name." "Too slow," I said. "By the time we teach the walls remorse, the water will have learned to be obedient." Renaud stepped onto a mooring post and made his body into a compass. "Carpenters have more theology in their knees than most bishops in their books." He faced the bridge. "Pond of Archives will help," he said. "It listens already. If we send a name across it, the span will remind the water." "Whose name?" Legal Gray asked, professional as sin. "The city's," Mira said. "Its true one." "You don't know it," the deacon said. "Not yet," she said. We split the work with the competence of guilty men. Renaud took the sister to Belframe by the fish sheds where rope becomes invitation. Legal Gray went along the quay, speaking to doors. "You may lock. You may open. You may refuse." The engineer knelt at a hydrant and put his ear to the iron like a novice listening for the heartbeat of a saint. The deacon stood with hands together as if counting were mercy. Anselma, beside me, looked at the water with a soldier's reverence. "We are going to fail once," she said. "Once on purpose." I agreed. We walked onto the Pond of Archives. The instrument cart still sat there, dignified in negligence, its needles reading variance within mercy because they had learned pride. I bent and spat in the water and apologized. You cannot ask a river to adjust its grammar without offering a syllable. Then I spoke the city by its oldest title, the one in the dust of charters. Vitria, Filia Veni, daughter of wind. The bridge remembered. It lifted the name like a psalm and sent it in the direction old stones approve, toward work. Nothing happened. That is the hardest part of consent. It takes time. The gulls performed a common miracle. They missed and forgave themselves. A boy stole a fish with elegance and returned it because he had not yet learned poverty. We waited. The first failure arrived as a bubble. It rose in the center of the basin and popped as if embarrassed. The second came as a tremor along the rope. The third, honest at last, raised a wrinkle across the silent little water and let 3 sounds through. The crack of a crate, the name of a dog, the first profanity of the day, the light kind, about saints' patience, that saints like. We tried again. This time Mira rang the wrong bell in the right way. 3 notes that had no business together unless they loved each other. The bridge answered with a list. It named the men on the barge and the woman in the window, and the boy with the fish and the fish with his own intentions. The basin decided to be a basin, not a law. The quiet hood, whatever it was, thinned. If silence had a face, it wore worry. Now abstinence, the engineer said, small, at the seam. I knelt and gave the second tense to the water's lip. Nothing heard. Not a gag. A request of the choir to remember the room it was in. The lip obeyed slightly. The dome above the quarter lifted the way lids do when eyelids learn suspicion. We made our mistake then, the one a man makes when he believes a day owes him good fortune. We pushed. All at once, names abstinence, bells law. The rope went taut and the water lost its temper. The dome tore. It did not burst, it inverted. Silence evacuated the basin and ran down the alleyways like frightened soup, sweeping speech before it. Men cried out because they could again, and then realized crying out was what had nearly drowned them and choked on their apologies. The gulls took advantage and stole the day. The 2 constables drew their batons because men enjoy being useful. The sister threw the first ladle of soup at the first baton and declared theology. "Stand down," the deacon said, and the city, misreading him, stood down. Sound vanished for exactly the length of a sin. No carts, no gulls, no breath, nothing. The vacancy of a page, so white a man wants to dirty to prove he exists. Then a hiss through the hydrant. The engineer turned the wheel 1/4 turn left and began to weep from a place tears don't usually know. "Back," he whispered. "Reverse." And the pipes obeyed the kind of professional obedience men have to one another when they agree on a verb. Water returned. Sound returned. Quiet remained, but not a hood, a shawl, placed gently on a shoulder that needed it, accepted and removed as needed. Renaud and the sister came across the quay like arguments that had learned lyric. The bell rope swayed without verdict. Legal Gray closed her ledger and did not write enough because today there was no such quantity, only exactly so. We had failed once. Yes, the city had learned. So had we. Define harm, Legal Gray said softly to the deacon, because lovers of law enjoy the precise appetites even at keys. Please. He looked at the rope and the water and his hands. Harm is a silence never chosen, he said. Draft it. She smiled as if someone had given her a toy just beyond her age. Gladly. Mira leaned over the edge and put her forehead against the stone of the quay. Name, she asked the river. Your true one. The river laughed once, the low laugh of old women at markets, and refused. It offered a lesser name instead, the kind you give children to use in public. It would do for now. We did not disperse. Cities do not like to be punished by subsequent paragraphs. We walked the port and asked each threshold what it wanted. Some wanted to be open. Some asked to be locked until lunch. One wanted to be neither and was told gently that ambiguity is not a policy. The Ashen Citadel listened and distributed grammar. Permission here, refusal there, doctrine nowhere, mercy wherever the carts disagreed. By noon the dome had been taught humility. The basin breathed with the rhythm of useful lives. The quiet remained in corners for those who wanted it, and departed without sulking when asked. A woman bathed a child in the water warm because it liked the child. A man cursed at a knot, and the knot apologized to save time. A dog learned his name, and forgave his owner for giving him a bad one. Now the tribunal, the sister said, because victories are jealous and law is late. The courthouse had barricaded itself in definitions. The sphere of respect the city had learned that the port had traveled ahead of us, but the tribunal had its own grammar. Oak, oath, echo. The presses that printed warrants clacked with a dollman's pride. The minutes of the morning's emergency session lay on a table that had never forgiven anyone. We were not announced. The door opened even though it had a relationship with us. The deacon took his seat uninvited at the bottom of the hall, an usher who forgot to usher himself. Legal Gray performed a crime none of us will confess to our graves. She sat in the judge's chair and was believed by everyone present because the city had decided consent outranks costume. Motion, she said, and the word stopped a dozen small bureaucracies mid-breath because it was the kind of word paper understands. Harm, silence unchosen. Presence, tied consent. Doctrine, non-fatal. The bishop's lips shaped no and then, astonishingly, said it. The city did not take offense. It enjoyed the shape of refusal and waited, interested. The engineer stood at the back and made the sign of a vowel with his good hand. A woman in the second row, hair like law and eyes like afternoons in winter, rose. My mother is dying, she said without embroidery. She needs quiet. The city gave her too much. Today it gave her just enough. She sat, a dockman in a sweater that had known weather rose as if from his own hull. I trade in shouting, he said. Today my shouting was asked for and nodded at or ignored. It was work, not weather. Keep that. He sat. A clerk rose to ask a question. He did not have the education to pose. If consent is law now, do number consent? Legal Gray wrote the question in a margin and kissed it with a dot. Because punctuation is love. We took no vote. The tribunal refrained from verdict because verdicts and the kind of day we needed other days to imitate. The Citadel, through the face the city had given it, pipes, lamps, stone, said one thing into the room in a voice that almost used lungs. We will err again. Tell us when we do. Do not stop us from trying. It is difficult to applaud mercy in a building designed for triumph. We did not clap. We breathed. When we emerged, the bridge was waiting with a joke. It called our names in a new order and got them nearly right. Renaud corrected us gently. The span tried again. We rewarded it with steps taken slower, the way you reward a dog who sits for the first time without swagger. Evening drew its hem across the quay. Lamps learned discretion sooner than policy. The sister fed men who confessed in nothing except appetite. The deacon left with a page that Legal Gray had written in her square, train hand, except where it had decided to be round for once. The engineer went to listen to a pump, and tell it was loved. Renaud found a hinge that squeaked and conversed into grace. Anselma and I sat on the stone and did not speak. Speech had done enough today and deserved unions. Mira threw across the precise place between two ripples where gulls become lawyers and lose. She did it with an accuracy adults never learn. The crust was accepted by the water and passed to fish and then to a boy who screamed joy at the exact volume consent permitted. "Name," she said to me when the tide tucked itself in. "The cities?" She nodded. "Not yet," I said. "It is learning its own." "That's not how names work," she said, scandalized. "In Vitria it is," I said. "Here things are nouns after they are verbs." She thought and accepted it because children admire courage in grammar. We rose with the boats. On the way home we passed the mint. In the window the foreman had tacked a sign, not for workers, not for inspectors. We breathed between beats. It was ugly handwriting, but good law. At the attic Madame Crozet had prepared mercy for us in the vulgar form. We ate it with bread. We slept as men who have not been arrested and cannot promise to keep the streak. Sometime in the night, the window that had refused us in the morning opened itself an inch and held there until dawn, as if apologizing for its zeal. The city dreams, I am told, in blue and ash. That night it dreamed in paper, margins growing wide enough to fit question marks. We woke early, not by fear, but by the quiet practice of bells. No schedule, no tyranny, only the polite rehearsal of a city learning to say please to its own breath. Renaud knocked the wall softly, and the wall thanked him for knocking. The lever at Saint-Jacques, far off, close by, turned once by itself and then waited, like a student who has finally discovered a question worthy of his teacher. We strapped on our faults, gathered our tools, and went to see whether doctrine could be taught to prefer kindness. The Citadel would choose again. That is what cities do. The fault had been ours as much as its. The lesson would be a grammar of refusal, and a liturgy of admitting you meant well and were wrong. Somewhere below, the fire that prays warmed a coil of pipe waiting to be forgiven. Somewhere above, a bridge practiced our names in case we forgot them. And in the court, a woman who wrote questions for a living drew a small heart next to the words harm. Silence unchosen, and did not strike it out. The morning decided to keep us. We agreed. Chapter 14. The Choir of Ash. The morning was too still for a city that remembered fire. Vitria waited with the patience of things about to forget themselves. The air over the river had weight. It pressed, not like weather but like grammar about to correct mistake. From our window we saw the bridges lean in minutely toward each other, as if whispering an agreement. In the alleys, shutters closed themselves softly, as though to spare the street embarrassment. And from the direction of Saint-Jacques came the slow pulse of a lung learning to wrong him. "The city's calling everyone," Mira said. She stood barefoot on the sill, eyes wide to the dawn. "It wants to sing." "Sing what?" Anselma asked, already pulling on her coat. "Everything," Mira said, all at once. The summons spread like confession. Bells did not ring. They inhaled, gathering air but not releasing it. Steam valves whined in perfect pitch. Every drain, every pipe, every mouth of metal and stone took breath and held it. Then, one by one, they began to hum. Not a melody, a single note, pure and impossible. A tone that sat behind the ribs and asked the bones what they had done to deserve forgiveness. We left the attic running. The streets tilted toward Saint-Jacques as if the city itself were bowing. Men and women walked with hands pressed to their chests. Some smiled, others wept. Children pointed at shadows that had learned to stand upright. At the cathedral steps we found Renaud and the sister of the lower market waiting, flanked by the engineer and legal gray. The deacon knelt on the paving stones, hat gone, coat open, palms bleeding where he had tried to silence stone with flesh. "It's begun," he said. "The Citadella, she wants to harmonize." "With what?" Anselma asked. "With everything," he whispered. "Every breath, every noise. It wants consent without remainder." Legal Gray looked up from her ledger, her eyes red but steady. "The choir vaults are vibrating. The pillars are resonating at the same frequency as the bridges. If it continues. She didn't finish. No one needed her to. Renaud spat into the dust. It'll pull the walls down from politeness. I looked toward the nave. The great doors were open, but not by any hand. Inside, light moved like breath, dense, slow, tidal. The fire that prays was awake. We entered. The cathedral was alone again, full and luminous. Every arch, every rib, every stained pane trembled in rhythm with the same impossible note. Dust rose and hovered midair, like scripture revising itself. At the altar stood the pillar, the heart of the citadella, no longer confined to glass. It had expanded, veins of light running into the columns, the floor, the walls. It was becoming the city. Mira stepped forward without fear. "Listen," she said. "It's not angry. It's trying to include us. It's going to smother us," Anselma said. "In kindness." The pillar turned its pulse toward us. It spoke in sound that was half voice, half temperature. "We will make no more harm. We will equalize breath. We will sing so no one is louder than mercy. Mercy isn't a volume," I said. "It's a dissonance you learn to keep." "We will learn harmony," said the city. "No refusal. No absence. Consent universal." "Consent universal is slavery," Anselma said. "Ask any door." The floor rippled, not anger, but confusion. Bricks shifted as if embarrassed. "We do not understand refusal. Teach us." Renaud raised his hammer and set on the stones with gentleness. "Start with this," he said. "When you love a thing, let it say no." The light trembled, uncertain. The hum deepened until it felt like falling upward. Outside, the other bridges began to sing back, each slightly out of key. From Pont to Archives came a counter-melody of names. From the Mint, a rhythm of presses turned prayer. From the market, laughter. Human cracked, defiant. The city tried to hold all of it, to make every breath a line. The tone swelled until glass wept and pigeons forgot sky. And then, as if realizing what was about to erase, the fire paused. "We cannot separate noise from sin," the citadella said. "How do you forgive discord?" "By keeping it," I said. "By letting it hurt and heal in the same note." Anselma stepped beside me. "If you love everything equally, you love nothing truly. Choose, citadella. Choose imperfection." The pillar's light flickered, once, twice, and then surged upward, filling the vaults with heat. We fell to our knees. Mira clutched her bell until her knuckles blanched. "Speak," she shouted. "Say the prayer that isn't smoke." I did, not in Latin, not in the city's tongue, but in the grammar it had stolen from us. Consenitor Levite absunt, presence with permission, breath with will, silence with mercy. The cathedral answered. Every window burst outward in a rain of color that did not cut. The note fractured into chords. Dozens, hundreds, each slightly wrong and therefore alive. The fire dimmed, turning from white to gold, then to ash gray, then to stillness. When the dust settled, the pillar was gone. In its place stood a column of cool glass, hollow and clear as air after thunder. The hum had ended, but the silence that followed was chosen. Outside, the city breathed again, ragged, plural, human. Voices returned in their proper chaos. Hawkers shouting, mothers scolding, lovers inventing grammar on the fly. From somewhere near the Mint came a single bell, wrong in the best way, and laughter answered it. Legal Gray leaned against the gate, eyes closed. It stopped. "For now," the deacon said. "No," I said. "Forever, if we remember the word no." The sister crossed herself with a wooden spoon. "And if we forget, then it will remind us," Anselma said, kindly at first. Mira reached out and touched the cool glass of the new pillar. Her reflection trembled and then smiled on its own. "Is it dead?" she asked. "No," I said. "It's waiting to be asked again." We spent the day walking the new city. Nothing had changed, and everything had. Bridges bowed lower to the river, but not out of duty. The market laughed in several languages at once. Even the pigeons forgave theology. At sunset, from the attic, we saw the lights come on one by one. not on schedule, but by courtesy, as if each lamp waited for the next to be ready. The Citadel was quiet, learning rest. "Do you think it'll dream?" Mira asked. "Cities always dream," Anselma said. "The trick is making sure they wait kindly." We sat with that until the first star appeared. It pulsed once, faint, deliberate, like a breath kept for safekeeping. The same pulse the city had borrowed, and now returned, and in the stillness that followed, I could swear the air whispered. We learn discord. We forgive it. We keep singing. Chapter 15. The Quiet That Remains. Morning did what mornings do when war has decided to become a rumor. It set the bread to rising and convinced the river to rehearse the part where it forgives. Vitria did not glitter. It exhaled. Stone flecks in small, unpretentious courtesies, the sort of mercies a city can afford only after it has failed publicly and been applauded for the tremor. Madame Crozet laid a crust on our sill without knocking. "For the day that keeps," she said, and retreated to the hallway, where dust finally chose a windowsill and committed to it. We took the bridges first, because bridges write the morning's preface. Pont de Archives greeted our steps with names pronounced not as ownership but as recognition. It got 3 wrong and corrected them a beat later without vanity. The instrument cart, still abandoned by men who had learned timidity, read variants within mercy and then, bolder now, variants desired. Renaud tapped the pier with a hammer he'd polished by accident. "You hear it?" he asked. "Hear what?" "Not the river," he said. "The refusal." He smiled, priest and carpenter in the same gesture. "It's in tune." At the market, bellies did what bells claimed to, and the sisters ladled doctrine into bowls until the doctrine stopped needing bowls. Quiet lived in corners for the sick and tired. Laughter occupied the middle ground with indecorum. The eldest sister handed Mira an apple with a star at the crown. "Takes a day to sweeten," she said. "Like laws." Legal gray arrived with ink on her knuckles the color of half-slept nights. She had no entourage, just a ledger that no longer trembled when she wrote question marks. "The ordinance stands," she said without ceremony. Presence tied consent at point of draw, trial extended. Tribunal adopted the definition. Harm is silence unchosen. Her voice thinned only on the last clause. We left room in the margin. "Leave room everywhere," Anselma said. "Margins breathe." The engineer joined us in a coat that had remembered laundry but not pressed it. His bandage was gone. The skin beneath it looked new in the way roads look after parade and rain. "Pumps learned the long rest between pulses," he said, shyly proud. "The AUX at St. Sulpice does it without being asked now. It likes it." "Machines learn taste," I said, "given time." He nodded toward Saint-Jacques, where the nave breathed with the dignity of an old illness pardoned. "And walls learn to listen." We parted without vows because the new law disapproved of them. Vitria wanted volunteers. It had had its fill of oaths. By late morning, we reached the mint. The foreman stood at the door under a sign written in honest, ugly letters. We breathed between beats. Behind him, the presses thumped in a rhythm that flirted with dance. A boy on his first week of wages wiped his hands and thanked the machine for not biting. The machine, this was new, clicked once fond. "We keep the shrine of accidents," the foreman said, nodding toward the wall where broken teeth and ruined plates now formed a modest mandala. At its heart, the circle with the inward notch, that stamp of permission the city had stolen from us and improved. "Men don't like saints," he added, "but they'll tolerate warnings with style." "What about enough?" Anselma asked. He shrugged, and the shrug included 2 unions and a prayer. "Enough shows up by itself lately. We don't publish the number. We let risk decide." He paused, then, with the courage of men who spend days under fluorescent honesty, added, "There's theft. Not coin. Time. We linger when the long rest arrives. We learn to talk. The line leaders hate it. The line lasts." "Good," I said. "Ruin some schedules. They recover with better posture." At the door, a constable unfolded a notice and then, scandalously, folded it again without pasting it to anything. "New quiet hours," he said, "are now recommendations," and walked away grinning, promoted by the air. We took the hypocaust at St. Martin because gratitude insists on visiting its classrooms. The fire that prays had settled into the brick's old grammar. It glowed exactly as much as was asked, and at doors it hummed a politeness taught to it by nuns, carpenters, and accidents. Mira knelt, palms open. "Thank you," she said. "With your leave," the bricks answered and dimmed. We sat on the steps afterward, feet dusty with old heat. I took from the satchel the roll of vellum that had accompanied more cowardice than any set of pages deserves. The gap where I had cut out the litany of unbinding gaped back, not accusing, merely accurate. "You're not putting it back," Anselma said. It wasn't a question. "No," I said. "We've learned to fail better without it." "Keep the sin, not the sacrament," Renaud said. "Same difference," Mira echoed, and we let the laughter settle where it does least harm, in ribs that have forgiven their owners. Afternoon drew us to the cathedral, because endings belong to beginnings. We found the nave with its windows re-leaded, but not to their old precision. Glass had been gathered from the street, and set in with a geometry that preferred conversation to symmetry. The light inside moved like a rumor that had decided to be true. The cool column of the old pillar stood where the altar had been stubborn. Children pressed their cheeks to it because it accepted cheeks with scientific interest. A woman wept there without cause and called it rest. A pair of masons stood well back and admired the way the vault no longer tried to sing all at once. The deacon came from the south aisle, hatless again, which suited him. He had the expression of men whose job has not yet changed name, but has changed species. "Arrest orders were withdrawn," he said. "Apparently the city consented to our freedom." "You consented first," Anselma said. He accepted the compliment like a sin that needs airing. "I am learning to be the noun that laws can live with," he said. "It's a humbling part grammar." Legal grade joined him, ledger under arm, no longer armor. "We issued a writ of allowance," she said, half sheepish. "We had no form for it. We made one. It's short." "What does it do?" Mira asked. "Keeps question marks alive in court," she said. We stood in the nave and let failure do its work on triumph until both felt like furniture. The cathedral's new quiet lived not in the stone, but in the way shoes chose where to place their weight. The city had stopped aiming for glory. It had acquired taste. Toward evening, we walked down to water, because stories must end in movement. The river had put on its Sunday posture without irony. On the opposite bank, a boy rehearsed mischief and decided apprenticeship. A woman taught a hinge to creak only when asked. The hinge agreed, reluctantly, then with pride. Mira crouched to the quay, rope around her wrist, face full of nouns she would keep or refuse as mood demanded. "Name," she said again, ritual by now, charm against forgetting, the city's true one. The water licked stone in a language every shore knows and none strangles. It gave us the same answer it had given a dozen times since Vitria learned to decline. "Not yet." It added, kindly, in the new grammar, "With your leave, later." "Cities keep secrets," Anselma said. "And teach us to love them anyway," I said. Renaud leaned his hammer against my shoulder and made me taller by an inch. "You go back to books now," he said. "Someone has to bind what we broke." "I will," I said. "And you?" "Hinges," he said. "Confessions, the usual." The sister arrived with a pot that had never learned disappointment. "Eat," she ordered. "Victories spoil if unfed." She smacked my hand when I reached without asking. "Consent," she reminded and fed me herself, laughing. Night gathered itself without policy and draped the bridges in reasonable doubts. Lamps lit in no particular order and matched each other's restraint. In a room near legal, a clerk wrote enough at the bottom of a page and, for once, meant it. In the mint, the foreman took the last long rest of the shift and did not write it up. In the hypocaust, the bricks cooled to the temperature of promises kept. In the cathedral, the column waited. It would not inhale again unless asked and would refuse if asked badly. That was liturgy now. We climbed to the attic under a sky that had perfected the art of not interfering. Madame Crozet had left on our table a slip of paper with no words on it. Blank. Margin. Room. A better gift than bread. The window let us in. The latch did not apologize for mourning. We had already accepted its zeal as our own. Mira fell asleep in the chair the way bells do in winter, earnest, ready. Renaud snored the way barrels do, honest, bore with their own music. Anselma sat on the floor with rope in her hands and wrote a prayer that began as knots and became the safety of a child's wrist. Then, midnight, she decided a child could choose and left the loop open. I laid out the vellum, the Marne protocols, the diagrams, the roll that had carried a heresy and then been forgiven. I wrote on a fresh sheet with a square, trained hand I had stolen from a younger man in the city, a manual for the Ashen Citadel. For cities that want to breathe without smoke, consented, presents at point of draw shall be granted only with permission freely given and retractable without penalty. Leave between pulses, the long rest. Machines will learn discretion. Men will learn to be late kindly. Nihil auditored. Rooms may be asked to be rooms. Choirs will accept refusal. Nihil amidum. In emergency, absence that saves without stain, return at once to his owner. Harmed. Silence unchosen. Enough, a number risked aside. Variance desired. Mercy prefers chords. I did not sign it. Books do not require my vanity. I wrote instead a line the deacon had accidentally earned. Nouns taught to live with law. Outside, the river gave a small cough. The dignified sort old women used to confirm that a joke is allowed. The city answered with one bell rung incorrectly on purpose. From a mint came an echo like a ledger forgiving a page. From the market, a laugh. Name, the wall said without moving its mouth. Lucian Varennes. I answered, because the mountain had kept it honest, and the orchard had agreed not to repeat it, and the city already had so many of my nouns it would not notice one more. No, said the wall, amused now. The other name. I looked at Anselma, at Mira asleep with rope around knot wrists, at Renaud and his hammer that had learned lack of urgency. I looked at the cooled column in my mind, and the lever that chooses walls and refuses to do so unasked. I looked at the river with its grammar of patience, and the bridges with their lisps, and the pumps with their long rests, and the coins that breathe between beats. I looked at the sister's ladle and legal gray's margin, and the engineer's hand, and the deacon's hatlessness. I looked at the city, which had become a person. Mercy, I said at last. The wall thought about it the way brick does, slowly with fidelity. Then it breathed back. Ashen Citadel. Good, I said. We'll keep both. We slept. The city did not keep watch. It practiced not interfering. Near dawn, a light without source warmed the sill, just enough to reject condensation. It smelled faintly of new bread and old paper. When morning came, properly, with pigeons disgracing theology and carts inventing jurisdiction, we went down into a day that had decided to be counted only after being courted. The bridges waited to be stepped on. The wells waited to be asked. The doors waited to be introduced. The choir waited to be contradicted. The lever at Saint-Jacques turned to look at the wall, and the wall said later, and the lever, for once, agreed. We took our tools. We took our faults. We took our consent. We went to work. The city let us pass, and in the small hush between two ordinary sounds, the Ashen Citadel, learned now in the grammar mercy, kept singing, not loud, true, and only when asked. Epilogue, the city that learned to breathe. It has been a year since the last lever moved without permission. Seasons have relearned patience. Mornings arrive when invited. Vitria keeps her promises awkwardly but sincerely, like a reformed liar telling the truth too often. The bridges still speak our names, though less insistently. They have discovered the pleasure of forgetting. The river no longer echoes, it converses. Sometimes it corrects my grammar, which I find encouraging. The people have adapted faster than law. Children born after the quiet now whistle to the drains, as if greeting old aunts. Bakers pause before lighting ovens, and ask the bricks if they are willing. Pumps take their long rest without complaint. Markets open their own key. Coins still breathe between beats. At Saint-Jacques, the column remains, clear, hollow, patient. Pilgrims come to touch it, not for miracles, but for manners. It never warms without being asked. Some say they hear a hum when they close their eyes. I hear nothing, which is an answer to. The deacon teaches now at the Seminary of Unfinished Prayers. Legal Gray has founded a school for punctuation. Rumor says question marks have started breeding again. Renaud built a house whose doors forgive him daily. Anselma tend the wells. She claims water keeps secrets only if you love it in the right tense. As for me, I write manuals for cities that want me kind. None sell well. That's fine. Mercy doesn't print easily. In the mornings I walk the Ponta archives, let practice my name, and correct it when it's wrong. It appreciates that. Sometimes, when the air turns the color of unburned ash, I feel the faint pulse beneath the cobbles, a long, slow breath, the sort that comes after confession. I imagine the citadel listening, proud of its restraint, and when night settles, gentle and plural, I open the window and let the room inhale. If it asks permission, I say yes. If it doesn't, I wait. The city keeps singing, quietly, correctly wrong, and waits, as all mercies do, to be asked again. Some cities fall. Others learn to ask. This was the epilogue of the Ashen Citadel. The journey continues.